Tonight on the Black Channel, we have a discussion about our heritage and a culture of resistance. The Black Channel is live. Unapologetic, unadulterated, and absolutely uncompromising. Greetings, brothers and sisters from around the world, and welcome back to the home, the haven, the stronghold, the everlasting super fortress of intelligent black thought. We are Black History, and this is the Black Channel. And I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the voice of Black America, the Black Authority, broadcasting to you live from the only historically black college university of higher education and learning in the cosmos. You are, of course, welcome to join us. These are the things I'm proud of. These are the things I take pride in when I see this. When I see the Gandhi dancers. When I see the men who built this nation. And a unique experience. You cannot sit among any other people and ask them stories about this. Your Irish friends, your Italian friends, your Asian friends, your Latino friends, they don't have any stories in their families of the men up until the end of the last century who were doing this. They were at the end of the previous century and at the end of the 21st, right at the end of the 20th. You hear these songs, and everywhere we've been, you notice that we use that. This is an experience. You don't have any other people who this is something that you see universally. No matter where you find them, it's universal. You don't have anybody like that, and I am proud that that is our culture. That is not just our tradition, that is our culture to this very day. And I'm proud of that. And I'll remain proud of that. Because we would not be here today without that spirit. We would not be here today as we are without that being who we are. We wouldn't be here today. And I take tremendous pride and tremendous esteem in that. The last time I showed you all here about the Gandhi dancers, that if I had an opportunity to be out there on the railroad with them tonight, I would drop this microphone. I wouldn't even sign off. Just to have the pride to be able to say I was out there with them. And every single one of you who has that in your family or in your extended family or in your tradition, you should take pride in that as well. You see, ease does not build character. That's the thing I'm trying to tell you here. Ease does not build character. You want to know why it is that the singing in our churches is so radically different from everybody else's? Now, I'm not just talking about talent or ability. I'm talking about what it does to people physically. You know why? Because in the non-black churches, they are going through a ritual. In our churches, we are actually channeling the divine. You see, when they read the stories in the Bible, they don't really have any sort of analog they can really draw to themselves. They've just got some really vague generalities. When you talk about those who escaped Egypt, when you talk about the children of Israel, when you talk about setting the captive free, when you talk about calling on the Lord, swing low, sweet chariot, we are the only people who actually have a tradition of that. These other folks are reading something and projecting our experience on themselves. They're talking from something they read. We're talking from what we lived. And that's a radically different thing. Radically different. So you see, when you see us doing these things, when you hear that, that's the spirit that's being channeled there. They're not singing from their brains, they're singing from their hearts. They're not moving these railroad tracks with their muscles, they're moving these railroad tracks with their spirits. And all of them talking about moving on to a brighter day. And that is first and foremost our mission and reason for being. And that's why every time I see something like this and I hear them, it touches something in me. Every time I see that, every time I hear that, it touches something in me. And I think it touches something in you too. And by the way, with all this so-called fairy tales you hear about other folk having been the ones who built the railroads, and yet when you get to your movies and documentation of it, it's just us. Just us. As always, I want to show you all a few things here. I want to show you a few things. I want to show you, going over a little bit of history here to remind you, just to go over a little bit of the history here. I want you to hear exactly what occurred.
Well, we were raised to think that Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves, right? The problem is that the Emancipation Proclamation in and of itself didn't have the power to free anybody. It only applied to enslaved people in the Confederacy, and it can only be enforced if Union troops had captured territory in the South, in the Confederacy. Only about 500,000 enslaved men and women, we think, actually got their freedom from the Emancipation Proclamation. And James, there were 3.9 million enslaved African Americans. So the overwhelming majority of our ancestors were not freed by the Emancipation Proclamation.
So the significance then of General Gordon Granger going to Galveston?
We all think that the Civil War ended when Lee surrendered to Grant at Appomattox, which was April 9th, 1865. But that's not true. There were several different Confederate armies. So Texas finally surrenders to the Union on June 2nd. Gordon Granger comes, and on June 19th in Galveston, he issues the Emancipation Proclamation, because now the Union Army is in possession of the territory. So that's the true story.
I would like to tell you that that is the true story, but that would be a lie in reality. I'm not saying that what he said were not events that occurred. What I'm telling you is that, by the way, the Emancipation Proclamation did not liberate us, as you all know. It transferred ownership, transferred authority and jurisdiction, if, of course, you could conquer the areas that we were in. I would like to tell you that the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments were what liberated us. No, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments technically outlawed chattel slavery. That is, you couldn't be born a slave. Well, you could not be born a slave, though you could still be maneuvered into slavery. 14th, 15th Amendments acknowledged our citizenship, although now we see where everything that's given to us is usually turned later to be weaponized against us. And we've watched and witnessed as that has occurred also. So when you hear about these things, that happens, that occurs. And I want to take a moment here to go a little bit further because no. Remember, even the Emancipation Proclamation doesn't have any efficacy if you do not have the might and the power to enforce it. I showed you all this article a few days ago, and I want to revisit it here now from Vice. And I've held on to this one now for years. It's actually been sitting for years and years, and I never really posted it, never really used it, but it's been sitting for years now. Black people were enslaved in the U.S. well into the 1960s. I want to read this for you here. I want to read this for you. I want you to see this, and I want to read this for you because I want you to see what happened here. I want to go down a little bit here. The writer of this article, she talks about how my mother always talked to me about our family history and the family members who had passed on. She only knew so many stories, so oftentimes she would tell the same ones over and over again. Each time she repeated the story, I felt like she was trying to give me a message. It was like she was trying to tell me that if I wanted to know more about who we were, I would have to dig deeper. We knew our family had once been slaves in Louisiana. In 1994, I started to look into historical records and public records. I found my ancestors in the 1853 inventory belonging to Benjamin and Celia Bankston Richardson, written down alongside other personal belongings that included spoons, forks, hogs, cows, and a sofa, were my great-great-grandparents, Thomas and Carrie Richardson. She said that she went looking into historical records and public records. So for those of you who don't understand what she's actually saying, what she's saying is that she went into looking into the records and she found records of somebody's property, found their property records. And when he looked into one family's property records, alongside spoons, forks, cows, and a sofa, were also written the names of her great-great-grandparents. So her great-great-grandparents were listed on somebody's list of their personal property right alongside the silverware and the agriculture and the cattle, right next to them. You don't have anybody that you know outside of our experience as the freedmen of America who can relay this experience and tell you that this is their family's experience. The Italians and the Irish and the indentured servants were not slaves. They can't show you anything like this. They can show you a contract and an agreement. They cannot show you that they were property. This is what I'm talking about here. Nobody can go and take a look through the property books and property records and find, oh, there's the names of your family there. Don't you dare allow anybody to sit up here and bamboozle you into accepting that. It goes on to say here, for those of you who did not know, by the way, let me just stop for a moment. For those of you who did not know, that's the way chattel slavery worked. I understand your schools don't teach you this now, which is why we have to teach you this. When we say that you were property, we mean that you are listed on the property records. So for most of you, if your family were slaves, you can actually find property records because they were listed there. So all this talk that you hear about, oh, the slave stocks and the banks and these financial institutions, by the way, yep, their public records will list them also. The public records will list that also. So when you see a house, most of you are used to going to City Hall and looking up a house or looking up a corporation or looking up a car and saying, okay, there's public records for a house or a car or a corporation. Yeah, but for the property records and listing owned property, the people, if you own slaves, well, that was documented as property too. That is why, for example, if a white man raped a black female slave, he was not guilty of rape. Let me say it again. If a white man raped a black female slave, he was not guilty of the crime of rape. Remember, she is not human. Remember? She's only 3/5 of a person. She is technically and legally not a human being. Thus, she does not have constitutional rights or human rights. At best, or should I say at worst, he is guilty. He would be found guilty of despoiling another man's property. So consider it the same as if you came home and found your neighbor whipping your dog. Hey, you are despoiling my dog. Well, I'm not killing it. I'm not killing him and doing any permanent damage to it here. So you're calling, hey, this fellow over here. Well, what is he doing? He's despoiling my dog. He's despoiling my property. He's molesting my property. This is my property and he's over here molesting it. You know, like if somebody were sitting on your front, like loitering, they're loitering on your front porch. No, I'm serious. No, I'm serious. He would not be found guilty of assault, much less rape. Ain't gonna happen. At best, he is guilty of despoiling somebody else's property. Yeah, like graffiti. Like graffiti. Only not as serious. That is our experience. That is what they are currently trying to ethnically cleanse from the history books in Texas, in Florida, in Alabama, in Tennessee, an all-out assault against us, just us. But it doesn't stop there. They go on to say here that Carrie and her child, they're talking about Thomas and Carrie Richardson. Carrie and her child, Thomas, had been appraised at $1,000. I'm sorry, $1,100. Seeing my ancestors' perceived value written on a piece of paper changed me. It also set forth the direction of my life. It was terribly painful, but I needed to know more. What did they do after Emancipation in 1863? Where did they go? I tracked down freedmen contracts of the Harrell side of my family and proved that they were sharecroppers. Word started spreading around New Orleans about how I was using genealogy to connect the dots to a lost history. Soon enough, people started requesting that I come and speak about how I was uncovering my family's story so they could do the same for themselves. It became a chance to find out who we were and where we came from as descendants of enslaved people. This was a chance to learn a history we were never taught in school. Folks, I want to tell you something here. Please understand that there is a reason that they have brought in so many folks who are not from our lineage, and they are opening the floodgates of the borders to let in all of these people Because think about this, and all these folks that what has been stolen from us, what can you do if we're a majority of the population in those places? You won't be able to stonewall us forever, so you better flood the zone with as many non-citizens of our background, and then hope that that causes the debt to go away. That is just how seriously they take this. If you want to know why it is that this seems like they're doing a suicide run on themselves, it is because that's the only way to prevent this from happening, because the record books and the history books and the records are now being used against them. You will not be able to hold that tide back forever unless you flood the zone with a bunch of folks not from our background and hope that that holds them. That's the best that you can do under these circumstances, is hope that that holds them. She goes on to say here, the only fact that seems certain was that slavery ended with the passing of the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863. But even that turned out to be less than true. One day, a woman familiar with my work approached me and said, Antoinette, I know a group of people who didn't receive their freedom until the 1950s. She said, Antoinette, I know a group of people who didn't receive their freedom until the 1950s. Hang on to your hats, though, folks. We ain't done yet. She had me over to her house where I met about 20 people, all who had worked on the Waterford plantation in St. Charles Parish, Louisiana. They told me they had worked the fields for most of their lives. One way or another, they had become indebted to the plantation's owner and were not allowed to leave the property. Not allowed to leave the property. This situation had them living their lives as 20th century slaves. At the end of the harvest, when they tried to settle up with the owner, they were always told they didn't make it into the black and to try again next year. Every passing year, the workers fell deeper and deeper in debt. Some of those folks were tied to that land into the 1960s. You have had black people who have fought in every conflict in this nation, fighting in World War I, fighting for, quote, liberation, World War II, fighting for a freedom that they did not have, fighting for a freedom that they themselves did not have, and you're given the sanitized version about segregation. Fighting for a freedom that they did not have. They go on to say, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Most shocking of all was their fear. I saw time and time again people were afraid to share their stories. They were afraid to give this information to me, even behind closed doors decades later. They believed that they might somehow get sent back to a plantation that wasn't even operating anymore. Actually, that's an untrue statement. That is an untrue statement. That's an untrue statement. I'm not just saying that as hyperbole. That's an untrue statement. As I would realize, people were afraid to share their stories because in the South, so many of the same families who own these plantations are still running local government and big businesses. So you see, when we talk about the Southern United States and Louisiana and Mississippi and Alabama, and you talk about them being quote unquote the poorest states, you got to understand, well, they are relatively poor, but there is a group in those states who are relatively wealthy relative to the people that they're oppressing. So they're okay with the absolutely despicable distinction of being dirt poor compared to the rest of the states in the Union, so long as these modern day barbarians and these modern day Neanderthals are able to maintain control over these places now. They're all right with these places being in abject poverty so long as they are the richest ones in abject poverty. And that's the real issue with Louisiana and Arkansas and Mississippi and Alabama. That's the real issue with those states. You just think they're poor when you compare them to other places. But when you compare them to the population that they're attempting to oppress, well, then it all makes sense now. They're the kings of the ashes. And they would rather have that than to actually have a truly prosperous place that they do not control. So many of the same white families who own these plantations are still running local government and big businesses. They still hold the power. So the poor and disenfranchised really don't have anywhere to share these injustices without fearing major repercussions. To most folks, it just isn't worth the risk. So sadly, most situations of this sort go unreported. Folks, do you understand? I've been here. I am here. You're watching an out-of-towner, 50 Cent, coming into my city and buying things. I just had a story about he bought some real estate property downtown in Shreveport. Those out-of-towners who've been able to do that because they've made the laws here. I can go into stories about that for a riverfront development here. They did it on the Bossier side, but they blocked it on the Shreveport side, and they had some Sambos over here to help them to do that as well. They're trying to hold out as long as they possibly can. They're not actually going anywhere. It's really just about blocking you. They want to keep the world frozen in time in antebellum slavery where they are in charge, and you all are just the nice, smiling pickaninnies. And that's really what they want. And so it is of the utmost importance that they not teach your children this. Your children need to not be taught any of this, because take a look at the intrinsic, visceral, emotional reaction that most of you are having right now. You were not slaves in the field, but take a look at your emotional reaction that you're having right now. There's no way they could contain that. There's no way they could hold that back. There's no way they could stop that. They know that they would be facing you within a few years. They know that with this being passed down to you, they'll only be having to face you in a few years. So it is of the utmost importance that they make sure that other folks do not pass this on to you, and that you are not aware of that. So yes, these older folks here would be worried about that. That's what they're concerned about. So yes, their concerns are actually very, very valid. You have a lot of small towns in Louisiana, a lot of small towns, small villages. Relatively speaking, it wouldn't take a lot to overthrow them and stop them. It wouldn't take a lot to do so, which is why it is important to keep you in abject poverty. Yeah, the white folks are not really rich, but if they make sure that you don't have anything at all, then they'll never have to pay for their sins. And this is why we need reparations, because they are continuing it to this very day. You have an ongoing criminal enterprise The criminal enterprise is ongoing. Therefore, the resolution for it needs to be ongoing. It don't stop in 1868. Now, listen to this next part. 6 months after that meeting, she's talking about the folks who told her that my people we didn't receive our freedom until the 1950s. She then says, 6 months after that meeting, I was giving a lecture on genealogy and reparations in Amity, Louisiana, when I met May Louise Walls Miller. May walked in after the lecture was over, demanding to speak to me. She walked up, looked me in the eye, and stated, I didn't get my freedom until 1963. I didn't get my freedom until 1963. Some of you listening to me right now, you were born before she got her freedom. Now listen to the story that unfolds here. I do have a little bit of a caveat to give to part of it, but I want you to listen to the story here. And by the way, prepare yourselves. I must tell you to brace yourselves before I even get started to this. Because we're going to have us a conversation here about slavery on American soil in the 20th century. A century after the so-called Proclamation of Emancipation. A century after that, I want you to hear what she says. She says, May's father, Cain Wall, lost his land by signing a contract he couldn't read that he had sealed his entire family's fate. As a young girl, May didn't know that her family's situation was different from anyone else's. The family didn't have TV, so May just assumed everyone lived the same way her brothers and sisters did. They were not permitted to leave the land and were subject to regular beatings from the landowners. When May got a bit older, she would be told to come up to work in the main house with her mother. Now listen to what work means. Here, she would be raped by whatever men were present. Most times, she and her mother were raped simultaneously alongside each other. They were not permitted to leave the land. They were beaten regularly. And when this young girl got a bit older, now she doesn't give a number or an age for what, quote, a bit older is, or what a, quote, bit older means. I'm going into this detail because many of you have children who would probably be her age, and I will allow you to speculate about how old would you need to be for a bunch of sadistic white supremacist animals to consider you to be old enough. So when this girl, quote, got a bit older, she was told to come out of the fields. Come out the fields and come up to work in the main house with your mother. And here you will be sexually ravaged by whatever men were present. The only thing I don't like here is because of her wording of this, I think what she's doing is actually trying to diminish some of the gravity of this. Whatever men were present, because it sounds like somebody's running a whorehouse. Sounds like somebody's running a whorehouse, and if we do not say it in those terms and phrase it in those terms, then we are seriously diminishing the gravity of what you're reading and what you're seeing. Here she would be raped by whatever men were present. Most times, and I'm emphasizing most times, she and her mother were raped simultaneously alongside each other. Do you think that we are ever going to allow these evil, diabolical bastards to get off the hook for this? Ever? In an eternity of lifetimes, do you think we would ever allow them to get away with this? Do you think we're ever going to let them just get up and walk away? Do you think we're ever going to allow them to sanitize the history books, sanitize the records, erase the history of it? Do you think we are ever going to allow you to do that? And do you think that what you will pay is going to get less with time, or do you think it's going to get more? They go on to say here that her father, Cain, couldn't take the suffering anymore and tried to flee the property by himself in the middle of the night. Now, I don't like the way that was phrased. So you remember Vice's story about white supremacists and finding some feminist-minded female to sit up here and tell the story. I don't like the way that was phrased because she's trying to get real specific here. And I'm like, okay, she was real vague about the females, real specific here. And I'm not, I have some skepticism about the context of this happening here. So let me just say that straight up now. I have some skepticism about that. But she says her father, Cain, couldn't take the suffering anymore and tried to flee the property by himself in the middle of the night. His plan was to register for the army and get stationed far away, but he was picked up by some folks claiming they would help him. Instead, they took him right back to the farm, where he was brutally beaten in front of his family. So according to this story here, her father tried to get away and somebody else in the area saw him and they said they were going to help him, but instead they took him right back to the farm. White supremacy is a system. You do not have any Irish, Italian, Asian, Latino, or any other people that you know telling you about what they did in the 1800s who have stories like this in the 1900s. Nobody else has this experience. No one. Nobody else got an experience like this. Nobody else has stories in their families about how they were running from the plantations and then the local people in the area came and grabbed them and took them up and told them, okay, we're taking them back to the farm. Nobody else has that. Now listen to the next sentence here. When May was about 14, she decided she would no longer go up to the house. That's why I don't like this woman who wrote this article here. I'm not cool on this, Miss Merrill. I'm not cool on the way this is done. So I'm hoping Vice just edited this for you, but I don't like the way this was done. I really don't. I don't like that. Because the age here, when May was about 14, then how old was she when this was happening? Because it says when she got to 14. And how many years were they raping her and her mother together like that? How long was that going on? How long? That's a context we all would like to know. If it was 14, and by the way, 14 is young enough, when did they start taking advantage of this girl? When did they start doing it? If that's when she wanted it to end, when did it start? Now, you hear the next part here. When May was about 14, she decided she would no longer go up to the house. Her family pleaded with her as the punishment would come down on all of them. May refused and sassed the farm owner's wife when she told her to work. Worrying that May would be killed by the owners, Cain beat his own daughter bloody in hopes of saving her. That evening, still covered in blood, May ran away through the woods. She was hiding in the bushes by the road when a family rode by with their mule cart. The lady on the cart saw the bush moving. She got off to find May crying, bloodied, and terrified. The white family took her in and rescued the rest of the Walls later that night. A white family took her in and rescued the rest of the Walls later that night. There's white privilege for you there too, which is, by the way, it didn't take an act of the legislature or anything. Another white family came up and just said, hey, get them folk about there. So you have one family that turned the men in and they let the females go. Did you get that? Did you all see that? When they found the men, they sent them back to the plantations. When they found the females, they let them go. So you see this little strategy that they've used now for a long time of preferential treatment there. So I just wanted to point it out to you all to see that, by the way, when they found the men, they beat them and sent them back. When they found the girls, they let them go. So that tells you who they're afraid of. That tells you who they're afraid of. They go on to say here, these stories are more common than you think. There were also, now here's where she gets off code, by the way, furthermore. There were also Polish, Hungarian, and Italian immigrants, as well as other nationalities who got caught up in these situations in the American South, but the vast majority of 20th century slaves were of African descent. Okay, folks, let me explain to you about that right there, because you shouldn't say things like that. Polish, Hungarian, Italian immigrants here. We ain't talking about some folks who are just somebody was in a closet. We ain't talking about no indentured servants. We're not talking about anything like that. There were no groups of white folk rounding up other white people to send. There were no plantations where white folk worked. So this is outrageously misleading here. There were no plantations where white folk were working. That's why you can't find any Italian families who can tell you about their families working on the plantations under any circumstances. You didn't have the ability to enslave white people. So we're not talking about some folks over here that somebody put in a broom closet and took advantage of. Like there's stories today. Remember there was a story a couple of years ago, some Asians. They had their Asian housekeepers or whatever brought over here from China and basically had them locked up in their apartment for 3 or 4 years. We're not, that's not the same as what happened to us. That's not the same. That's not a holdover. These are people who made a deal with the devil somewhere and it went off the rails from what they expected. You did not have a society and a town that was backing it up. They don't have stories of, yeah, I got out one night, but these other folks found me and beat me and took me back where I was. They don't have stories like that. So I take grievous exception to the woman who wrote this article in this regard, that she keeps doing things like this. And I'm like, okay, I'm very suspicious why you keep doing stuff like this. Because I can show you where it's really not consistent or factual, but you keep doing that. So I would be remiss if I didn't take this moment here to acknowledge, by the way, I don't like the fact she keeps doing that. So I'm kind of skeptical of some of the things she's saying in there. I know the stuff about holding people captive and whatnot into the 50s and 60s is true. We got other stories like that, but I don't like the way that she's framing some of these things. I don't like that. She goes on to say here that when I met May, her father Cain was still alive. He was 107 years old, but his mind was still incredibly sharp. A few times we sat together with May and the other siblings. It was a brutal catharsis for them to speak about what happened on that farm. I'll never forget the look in their eyes when one would speak about a horror they endured. It was clear they had never shared their individual stories with one another. It was something that was in the past, so there was no reason to bring it up. One day, Cain was watching the television, and there was a Caucasian man with stark white hair on the program. The way he looked must have reminded Cain of someone from the farm. Cain believed that because he had told me what happened on the farm, that the man on the TV was going to come to his house and drag him back. Opening the suppressed memories upset him so much he ended up in the hospital. The family kept me away for a while after that. But May and I became good friends and would lecture together. There were unusual tricks she had from her upbringing. Sometimes when we would be at an event where there was free food, she couldn't stop eating. She told me this was from years of not knowing when she would eat again. There were other times she would need to take her shoes off. She had grown up not wearing shoes and said sometimes her feet felt uncomfortable when she wore them. The nuances of May's PTSD from growing up as a slave gave me a look into what life must have been like for many of our ancestors who were held under such inhumane conditions. May died in 2014. She was a fearless, beautiful spirit and has left a gigantic void. I am glad her brother Arthur is continuing to tell the Walls family story. People who hear these stories will often say, "You should have gone to the police. You should have run sooner." But the land down here goes on forever. These plantations are a country unto themselves. The property goes from can't see to can't see. For those of you who don't know your Southern colloquialisms. Even if you could run, where would you go? Who would you go to? Now, I want to give you all a bit of a clarification here. For any of you who've driven along Interstate 20 when you get east of Monroe, Louisiana, or if you're coming from Vicksburg, Mississippi across the Mississippi River Bridge into Louisiana, y'all realize it takes you about an hour going 70 miles an hour. It takes you a little over an hour to get to the next city. So even to this day, in 2014, 21st century America, with an interstate highway system from the Mississippi River to the next city takes you over an hour to get there. And that's if you're going 75 miles per hour. And nobody is going 75. They're going considerably faster. By the way, now that's if you have a car. Today, that's how long it would take you if you could drive. And that's just going west. Once you get past Vicksburg, Mississippi, you ain't really got nothing till you get to Jackson. Now I want to take you even further, coming up through Florida. To this day, today, if you go out Interstate 75, if you go out that way. Well, I was telling you all before, going through lake cities. Do you see how long you can drive if you're going out that way? Do you see how long you can drive going out that way? And today, my truck drivers, do you realize how long if you drive, for example, if you go from Texarkana up to DeQueen, Arkansas, you realize how long you can drive and hit nothing? For my folks going from Arkansas to Tennessee, out Interstate 30. Out Interstate 30, for those of you who've been through Arkansas, through Interstate 30 over that farmland. How many of you have been going through Arkansas through Interstate 30, through all that farmland they got up there to take you up to 40? That will take you 3 good hours to drive through that. In 2024, not 1924, not 1864, 2024 today, it'll take you 3 or 4 hours to drive through that, and there's nothing out there to my truck drivers and my people who live in Arkansas, or those of you who come down through Memphis through Arkansas, there's nothing there today. It's one thing to walk a few miles of it. Try walking 70 or 100 in June, July, August, September. Much less going to Alabama or Georgia. Yeah, you got something when you're on Interstate 20, but once you get past the Atlanta metro area, there ain't really nothing between that and Augusta. And then once you get past Augusta, there ain't nothing till you get way on up around through South Carolina. And I'm up around till you get to Florence. So you're going to drive another hour or so for that. Folks, there are whole areas in this country right now today where you could drive 2 or 3 hours and not run into anything. Today. Most of you avoid those areas. Most of you fly because you don't want to drive through it. I drive all the time. I've driven all over this country, everywhere you can imagine. Think about that for a few moments. I'm not even talking about in Rocky Mountain territory or the Midwestern states that are known for being desolate in that regard and the last ones populated. I'm not talking about huge pieces of land like Northern California. I'm talking about places that have made folks rich and are the agricultural centers of this nation in the southern United States, and you would think there'd be people everywhere. You would think there'd be people everywhere. And what I'm telling you is there are gigantic swaths of land that you can drive across today, that you could drive over and not run into anything for hours when somebody telling you, why didn't you get up and run? Why didn't you get up and leave? With them not even knowing where leaving is. Do you understand that? They don't even know where leaving is. Furthermore, you're a fugitive. Remember? So it's you're talking with your liberated mindset. Nobody's hunting you. But for them, they would be fugitives. They're expecting if anybody sees me, they're going to grab me. Now, you imagine if I told you I want you to walk for the next 70 miles. I want you to walk for the next 70 miles, right? No food, no water, and nobody can see you. And you'd be like, you're out of your mind. 70 miles? There's no way nobody's going to see me. Furthermore, to make matters more complicated, remember what I told you about that interstate system thing that you all are so accustomed to today. There's a reason why you built interstate systems. And remember, a lot of these freeways weren't even around in the 1950s and 60s. We only started building them by the 1950s and 60s. So the interstates that you all are familiar with didn't exist. How many times have you all been driving down the freeway over Interstate 10, 20, 30, 40, Interstate 5, Interstate 95, 85, 285, and you cross some river or some bayou or some ravine? It's real easy for you to talk about crossing the river if there's a bridge there. But if there isn't one, and back then there wouldn't have been one, how would you cross it then? Now remember, even if you had to do it today, you can't get on even if there was a freeway for you to go down today, you can't go down the freeway. Remember, you'll be seen, which means that all the terrain you'd have to cross would have to be wooded. You would have to go through the woods and stay in the woods to keep from being seen. Now, in 2024 today, my truck drivers will bear me witness, although a lot of you, if any of you do any long distance driving, you know it too. Coming through Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Kentucky, Tennessee, it is nothing to see deer on the side of the freeway. It is nothing to see deer on the side of the freeway. And in Louisiana, it's not unknown to have bears peeking their heads out. In 2024, people, not 1964, 2024. You can see those things today. Many of you who've driven at night, like sometimes your heart will skip a beat because you look out the side of your window and you see some glowing eyes. And then you realize, oh, those are deer. And you're hoping that the damn thing doesn't try to cross the interstate in front of you. That's a common sight. For anybody who drives long distance, okay, and now you're off in those woods, trying to stay in the woods to keep the two-legged predators from finding you. And meanwhile, there's deer and antelope, gators, bears, snakes, spiders, and everything else. Now, even if you could walk at 7 miles an hour for 10 hours, which would cover 70 miles, even if you could do that, number one, where are you going? And number two, you're going to have to cross over wooded terrain the entire time. Talk about your challenges. So you cannot think with the mindset you got today. If I drop you off in them woods and say, okay, you leave these woods and get on the freeway, if anybody sees you, we grabbing you, you're like, okay, I'll stay in the woods. And the first time you hit a bayou, the first time you hit a river, the first time you hit a ravine, life is about to get interesting. Oh yeah, and did I remind you, you don't have any food or water? By the way, did I remind you, you don't have any food or water with you? Okay. Go on to say here, do I believe May's family was the last to be freed? No. Slavery will continue to redefine itself for African Americans for years to come. The school-to-prison pipeline and private penitentiaries are just a few of the new ways to guarantee that black people provide free labor for the system at large. However, I also believe there are still African families who are tied to Southern farms in the most antebellum sense of speaking. If we don't investigate and bring to light how slavery quietly continued, it could happen again. To which I tell you that it has not stopped. That's the whole point. That's the entire point. It hasn't stopped. The campaign to oppress us has not stopped. It never has. That's the whole point. That's why Juneteenth matters. It is not about were the last of us informed about the end of chattel slavery in Galveston, Texas. It's not about that. That is not what it's about. That's not what this is over. That's not what this has to do with. It doesn't have to do with that. It has to do with us remembering our place in history, which is why we are not confused about where our place is today. We serve as the North Star, which is why it is so fitting that the star is on the Juneteenth flag. We serve as the North Star for everybody else around the world who's also falling victim to all of these rationalizations that they give themselves for not fighting oppression. I want to tell you, we'll show you another story here. I thought this one was worth having also.
I found this 100-year-old newspaper article out of Houston, Texas that keeps me grounded when I think about celebrating Juneteenth. 1,000 people were expected for an all-day barbecue in Houston's 5th Ward. My grandfather, Dr. William Drake, was one of the organizers of this event. And here's the part that gets me. They would also have a special dinner set aside for former slaves. And that's why I think about these ancestors on Juneteenth. My great-grandfather, John Taylor, was born in slavery. His father, James Oscar, born in slavery. My great-grandmother's sister, Adeline Kavanaugh, tasted freedom for the first time as a teenager. And my great-great-grandfather, Holly Wilson, was born into slavery. This isn't ancient history. My father knew him and rode horses on his farm in Louisiana. They all knew what Juneteenth was and what it represented for their lives. And that's how I keep Juneteenth in perspective. My grandfather understood this because he was born to formerly enslaved parents.
I want to remind you all of something here. I was born and raised in Louisiana. But I do not try to separate Louisiana and the experience of Louisiana from everywhere else. At best, I will tell you, well, Louisiana might be a worst case scenario, but it's hardly the only one. Now, let me remind you of something else. Please remember, just as these people being held captive in all these places in America is remembered by you, the brutal reality is that it is also remembered by the people who were your former slave owners. And just as I am proud of our liberation and our fighting our way out of slavery, these other folks are just as proud of their history of barbarism and brutality. You cannot reform a white supremacist because you are talking to someone who is not a misunderstanding or he just needs to have his eyes opened. Need I remind you all of a few things here? There was a reason why they executed the Nazi brass in Nuremberg, something that should have happened in America, but because of Appomattox, it was never allowed to occur because white folk. But you all need to understand, practically none, listen to me, practically none of the Nazis, the Nazi commanders, practically none of them were repentant for what they did. When they were marched to the gallows, when they were marched to the gas chambers, when it would be brought up to them about what they did to the Jews, I have no regrets. I did this for the good of Germany. I did this for the good of the people. And the millions of men, women, children, babies? Gotta break a few eggs, make an omelet. When you see the Tucker Carlsons, when you see the Fox Newses, when you see the Dinesh D'Souza's, the wannabe collaborators with this wicked system, when you see them understand something, they see the exact same thing that you see, and they are on the side of the devil. They see all of this, they know all of this, and they are proud of it. That's the part. There's the reason why you can't make no progress trying to reason with them here. They're proud of what their fathers did. We call them the American Nazis because that's what they really are. Although in reality, we should be saying the German Americans or the German Southerners. We should be saying that instead because Nazi Germany learned from America, not the other way around. Let me remind you all of that tonight on tonight's broadcast. We might as well encapsulate everything. For those of you who do not know, the National Socialist Party, which adopted the shorthand of Nazi, the National Socialists in Germany, they learned about segregation as a national platform or a national strategy from America. You see, in the midst of the Weimar Republic, I should say Weimar, but in the midst of the Weimar Republic, when Adolf Hitler and the boys, when they were trying to figure out how to ethnically cleanse Germany, they hit a problem. They said, well, yeah, you want to do this, but you can't really segregate a whole nation. It's too big. It's too diverse. You can't do it. Nobody's done it. That's the reason nobody's done it, because you can't really racially segregate a whole nation. It's a nice ambition, but you can't really do it. Then they saw America. Then they said, hey, look over there at the United States. There's a good-sized country, a population they got in the millions. And what they've racially segregated the people. They did it. What do you mean we can't do it? They're doing it over there. And that is, for those of you who do not know, you can Google this. You can look it up for yourselves. That is literally where the Nazi Party got the idea, or should I say the confidence, that they could racially segregate or ethnically segregate an entire nation. It wasn't just about hating the Jews or hating non-Anglos. The real thing is what we gonna do to them. We don't want to just sit here hating on them. What we gonna do about them? Well, there's too many of them. I mean, you can't really do anything like that. And then look in America, they say, oh, yes, you can. America showed them, yes, you can. Yeah, you can. Why, you can make all kinds of laws. Not just that. The miscegenation laws of America, that's the blueprint that Nazi Germany used. Nazi Germany used America as its template. Don't believe me. Yes, when you talk about eugenics, we can go down the list. Don't believe me. Google it for yourselves. When you take a look at the Nazi Party and the Nazi officers and the Nazi government, America was directly their proof of concept. You see, they just wanted to do it, but they weren't sure you could actually make something like that work. Then they looked at America and said, oh, you can. And from there, it was foot to the floor. And you haven't heard anybody over here apologize for what they did and say that that was wrong. You know why? Because they are proud of it. Do you understand that? They see themselves as the heroes of this story. The Tucker Carlsons and the Mark Dices, they see themselves as the heroes of this story because of their barbarism. They're proud of the bodies, proud of the deaths, proud of the slaughter, proud of the carnage, because as far as they're concerned, that's what it takes to hold on to power. And that is, to them, that is European society and European heritage. That's what you're proud of. There's a reason that they keep bringing up the Vikings and the Vandals and Leif Erikson and so on and so forth. There's a reason they keep bringing them up. There's a reason they keep bringing that up and referencing it. With you saying, hey, Vandal, didn't that become a euphemism for unrestricted slaughter and mayhem? And they're sitting there smiling at you. Yeah. White supremacy is global. Keep that in mind. White supremacy is global, and just as you feel sympathy for our ancestors, the descendants of those they enslaved, feel pride for their ancestors doing that, and that includes and is complete with the raping, by the way. One more thing, just in case you thought it was any different. Nope. They are also proud of the raping as well, because that is exercising power over you. And it's not power if they cannot abuse it. So therefore, they are proud that they can exercise power over you. They're proud of that. That to them makes it all worth it. Want to go a little bit further here to add insult to injury on a day commemorating symbolically the end of chattel slavery. The Department of Labor, that never had our backs, by the way, has not had our back since, by the way. Happy Juneteenth from the U.S. Department of Labor. This is a damned insult. A cruel joke from Joe Biden, no less, I imagine. Although he'd be far from the only one. Far from the only one. take a look at another individual who has been a Trojan horse, whose job was to get into office, and he spent 8 straight years, and every year since then whitewashing the entire affair, which is why when we talk about the demons of history, Barack Hussein Obama needs to be at the top of that list, because they could not have gotten away with what they have in the last 20 years without his compliance with it. I want to show you all something here. I want to show you something. I want to show you the utter contempt that this bastard has, and I mean bastard has, for us. You take a look at this. On Juneteenth, we commemorate the anniversary of the delayed news of freedom reaching the enslaved people of Galveston, Texas. Let's keep building on the work of the generations who came before us, and making sure that the arc of the moral universe continues to bend towards justice. What a lowlife. And then you take a look at, now this is what he said 6 hours ago. One little old post, that's it. Just one. This is what he said 4 hours ago. Same day now. Yesterday, President Biden announced important new immigration actions to help bring relief and stability to American families. But these are not American families. These are illegal aliens. Some of them build on the DACA program Joe and I announced in 2012, which helped lift the shadow of deportation for hundreds of thousands. And now Joe Biden is saying he wants to legalize 500,000, just with a stroke of a pen, legalize 500,000. And that's why I started off this program letting you all know, by the way, as far as these demonic, animalistic bastards are concerned, if they cannot be allowed to control America, then they will sink America. If they can't be allowed to run it, they'll sink it. Now, you can understand why Barack Obama would be in favor of this, because he does not identify as one of us, because he isn't. He does not draw his heritage back to the murderous fields of America. And what he's showing is every day, yes, this is the reason they chose him. They also had to understand that they would not be able to do this twice. Now, that's been the real thing they've been grappling with, is they won't be able to do this twice. Barack Obama was the last high yellow Trojan horse that you'll be able to march through here. What he's done has been so egregious, so outrageous, so shameless, you won't be able to march him back through there again. So there's the reason why they're kind of lamenting that, is because, well, you won't be able to get another one through, just as Kamala can't get another one through. And this is why we've had to be hyper vigilant about this. You will not be able to get another one through. Speaking of getting another one through, I want you all to take a look at something here. June 18th. Yesterday, she wants to talk about the conflict-related sexual violence. So, I mean, everything for her is rape and abortion. Congratulations to the Boston Celtics on your NBA championship and incredible season. Wonder how many players she slept with back in the day. You want to take odds on that? You're being insulting. All right. Huh. I'm heading back to Atlanta today where Quavo, she's with the Migos. Literally. Quavo and I will reflect on his advocacy to preserve Takeoff's legacy. Okay. I'm not going to say what I'm thinking right now, but it involves Chris Brown. In any case, she's still milking Quavo stunting. Now, this was yesterday. She's put up 2 posts about her and Quavo stunting. And then this fella done showed, I say fella, has shown up at the White House with a whole dress on. I want you all to understand there are a lot of people who are failed parents. Do you all realize there are so many people today who are absolutely incredibly failed parents that this is what they'll sit up here and promote this and defend this. They don't have any idea how to raise children in anything sensible. So when they fail, that's what happens. June 18th, from day one, our administration, President Biden and I have worked to protect illegal aliens, keep families together, and expand lawful pathways to citizenship. So yesterday she's talking about the illegal aliens, Barack Obama. So these folks who come from that background, you notice how they're not giving their people excuses why they're breaking the law. They're disregarding their oath of office. They doing everything for their folks. Barack Obama has done plenty to help his people. Kamala Harris is doing plenty to help her people. The descendants of American slaves, they're coming to us with excuses and, oh, we can't get nothing done for you. So they've let us know who their people are. Now you've got Quavo stunting again. This is 3 posts about Quavo since yesterday. Finally, 10 hours ago, we're going to have a sing fest. We're going to have a sing fest with the fellow who erected the prison industrial complex, by the way. I can think of a few things more coonish than this right here. Where are they from? I'm not going to talk about hairlines in this instance. Why does she look like a shaved Rick Ross, the rapper, not the drug dealer? If the rapper Rick Ross shaved that beard, I am convinced this is what you would see. In any case, she finally makes a tweet about Juneteenth. And everything just great. Did you get that? Everything's just great for Juneteenth. Everything's fine. She's not making a post talking about what America owes the descendants of the slaves. Oh, because she's not one. She's been getting by on our heritage, and it would be different if she were defending it. You don't have to be from our heritage or our lineage to defend it. I am not from South Africa, but I have no problem defending them and singing right alongside with them, Kill the Boer. I have no problem with that. I don't have to be from Zimbabwe to support them. I don't have to be from Kenya to support them. I don't have to be from Ethiopia to support them. Not only am I not in their way, I may not be from their lineage or their heritage, but I don't have to be to support them. There's the difference. And she realizes she doesn't have a leg to stand on, and I know she's hating it that I'm broadcasting here tonight, but I just want to go ahead and point it out. The heifer, we see you. Here's the second post. Now check this one out. Voting is the fundamental freedom that unlocks all others. And yes, you can't show what's unlocked for us. For her people, you know, coming over from Jamaica and India, for her people, it's done something, but for us, yikes. On Juneteenth, as we celebrate hard-fought freedom for Black Americans, remind your friends and family to register to vote at vote.gov. So she's trying to use Juneteenth to tell you to come vote for them. Couldn't help but notice she wasn't talking like that way to her community, LGBT. She wasn't talking that way to them. So she wants to use us for that. Despicable. Doesn't describe it enough. Here she is again. Today on Juneteenth, we are holding a national day of action on voting rights. Join me by checking your voter registration status at vote.gov. And she puts up something here a few hours ago for Willie Mays. She's talking about us right after taking care of her people there. And that's the reason why we have got to be squared down on this. And it can be difficult for some folks to hear and to take in here, but we've got to be squared down on this. You and I are beneficiaries of people who came before us. You may never know their names, you may never know their stories, but do you understand what an incredible act survival was for them? Just to survive that situation, just to survive those circumstances. Do you understand what a Herculean task that was just to live through that? And to come out with some semblance of your sanity on the other side. Many of you have kinfolk and relatives who served time in prison, and they didn't even serve their whole life there, and they'll never be the same. They'll never be the same. That's important for you to remember, because a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. So it is imperative that we lionize everybody who's come before us. It's imperative that we do that, because this is a chain that you can't afford to have broken. You've got to remember what they've been through so you can see what you're going through. You can't have a proper context on where you are and why you are if you don't remember where you've been. And this is where you've been. And that's why the history is repeating itself. At the end of the day, what they're telling us is they didn't do nothing wrong and everything's all right, and that it doesn't matter what happened to you niggas. That doesn't matter. And it is not because they think it doesn't matter. It is because, well, we're white and we say so. They know that this is the status quo, and everything they're doing is about preserving the status quo. And that's why so much of it is concentrated toward deceiving you about it, so that you're deceived about what the status quo is, or they're hoping you'll be deceived or cowed under or distracted. They want you to go ahead and do that because that's a whole lot easier than dealing with it. And they have no intention whatsoever of actually doing that. These are folks who know what they're doing. That's the other thing I want you to get a very firm grasp on. They know what they're doing. None of them are under any illusions today about how we got where we are. They don't want us looking back over our history and over our stories, because what I'm telling you is it's an unbroken chain to this day. Let me ask you all a question right now. The title of tonight's program is, Why Does Juneteenth Matter? Juneteenth is a story about our liberation. But I ask you a question tonight. Are you free? That is a question I want to ask all of you here tonight. If you want to know what the purpose of tonight's broadcast is here, it is simply to ask you one fundamental question. Are you free? Take a look at your great-great-great-grandparents, take a look at your grandparents, and take a look at yourself today. And are you free? Have you reached the promised land? Are you no longer a slave? Have you finally had your God-given rights recognized and acknowledged? That's the question I'm asking you. Because the story of Juneteenth is the story of our people who were not free. And I submit to you that we still aren't today. I submit to you that we are still not free today. Right now in America, any black man can have a white woman simply point the finger at him and say that he is guilty of something, and the prosecutors will get right to work. No physical evidence required, no witnesses required, no anything required. If a white woman accuses you of something, the prosecutors will hop right to work and say, let's roll the dice, let's see if we can lock this nigga up. No evidence, no confirmation. Even when it becomes very, very clear that the accuser is lying, the prosecutors will still continue the case. They will still continue it and say, well, let's see if we can get somebody to just agree to lock you up anyway. Let's just see if we can do it. Well, she looks credible to me. She looks credible to me. Meanwhile, you can have police on video. You can have police on video strangle you to death, gun you down, run you over, this, that, and the other, and the prosecutor will sit there and tell you, oh, well, insufficient evidence. But it's on video. Yeah, not enough. Not enough. Are you free? We're talking about Juneteenth today, but I hold this as a program to remind you, are we free? What exactly has truly changed? If they have the ability and the wherewithal to still deny your rights to this day at any moment, you see, let me explain to you what makes people think that they are free, and they're really just deceived. There are a good number of people who think that, well, you take a look at the things that used to be quote unquote illegal, and it's not illegal anymore. That's a deceived individual. White women have always been having sexual relations with black men. That really isn't anything that you were able to stop or contain. The rescinding of these things like the Mann Act was simply an acknowledgement that that's a waste of resources. It's symbolic, but it's not really something that you're able to impose. You got too many of them who cross the line. Well, how do you deal with that then? Oh, that's a simple thing. If they do cross the line over there, you keep these fellas here so impoverished and whatnot. If she does cross over there, that's a punishment in and of itself, and she'll be stuck over there. And that's what they do today. That's why whenever you do see these white women who have been off on their interracial sexual adventures, and as soon as that doesn't work out for them, they go back to white society. Oh, he raped me. I was brainwashed. I was off on drugs. She goes back crawling and groveling. They go back crawling and groveling. Tell me how different that is from where we've been. Tell me how different it is from where we've been. Discussing the fugitive slave laws. What were the fugitive slave laws Basically, the fugitive slave laws deputized the entire white society. White society as a group was then officially deputized to prosecute and persecute black people anywhere and everywhere they were found. Culminating in stories like 12 Years a Slave, where people could claim that you were a slave even if you were not. So you see, just that it's always been a rule of I'm white and I say so. It's always been that way. And it still is today. So you see, you have certain expanded circuits of movement that you've been allowed. You've been allowed certain expanded circles of movement. And a bunch of folks think that having expanded circles of movement is free. Well, where are you going? Well, I'm going over to Becky's house. Where are you going? I'm going to the store. Where are you going? I'm going on vacation. Look at me on Instagram. And I submit to you all, is that free? Is your ability to go to Cozumel freedom? Is your ability to own an iPhone freedom? Y'all remember 20 years ago, you had a whole bunch of old Negroes telling you that was freedom, while you have a cell phone and tennis shoes and you can shop at whatever store you want to. Think about how thick the chains have to be on your mind for you to tell somebody that being able to shop at a store is freedom. Think about that for a few moments. For somebody to tell you being able to shop at a store, why, that's freedom. You know what you don't have the freedom to do? You don't have the freedom to exercise power over white people. Now, that one you don't have. Every time you move in that direction, every time you start getting together to do that, every time you start looking like that, all of a sudden you find out how much freedom you don't have. You don't have any laws that allow you to disenfranchise white people. Now, that's a freedom you don't have. You don't have that. You don't have that. You're telling me that you're free, and yet you don't have that freedom. You have freedom of expanded movement among your group, but you are still heavily controlled. Brother Neely Fuller refers to it as confinement or general confinement. And we said when you get put in prison, you're now just in greater confinement because the society is the prison. Jason, why do you say that? Because you're not free if you don't have control. If you don't have the ability to write the rules. If you don't have the power to write rules for other people. When white people claim discrimination, nobody has to get an act through Congress. Black folk say it, and they tell you we have to have committees and commissions and everything else to even discuss the matter. You don't have freedom to do that. You don't have freedom to show up and say, hey, here's my rights being violated, and everything stops. And they overturn whole governments. Nobody does that. You don't have that freedom. You don't have the freedom to rewrite white people's history for them. You don't have the freedom to do that. You don't have the freedom to impose that. See, if you're not free to do what they do, then how in the world are you thinking that you're free? if they have powers and abilities that you don't, furthermore, they have the ability to do things to you that you are not able to do to them, but that's not freedom. That's not freedom. A lot of folks are confused that because they think that they can go to an exotic locale, they think they can go outside the country, they think they can have interracial sexual access, they think that they can buy a certain type of vehicle, and that gives you freedom, that means you're free. You understand that in white society, that's not how they define freedom, which is the entire point of commemorating Juneteenth. They define freedom as the ability to brutally rape you, to be able to exercise and indulge in their deepest, darkest, most wicked desires with impunity. That is freedom. The freedom to deny you your rights. Why, that's freedom. The freedom to rewrite or erase your history. That's freedom. The ability to mistreat you and have an entire society come to their defense while they do it. That's freedom. You notice that definition is radically different from the one you were told. There's no white person in America who, when you ask them about freedom, they tell you, hey, I can go buy a cell phone. Did you get that? When you talk to white people about what constitutes freedom in America, they don't describe consumerism. They describe instruments of power, not consumerism. Well, Jason, what do you mean by that? See, here's where the average Negro will get confused, but let me go ahead and articulate this for you. You would define freedom, or many of you who've been taught, you would define freedom as your ability to drive a Dodge Charger or a Corvette. You would describe your ability to buy one, to purchase one, as power. If you were to talk to people in the dominant society, they would acknowledge the engine in the car as being symbolic of what they consider free. You would focus on your ability to purchase the car, while they would focus on the power plant in the car. You would focus on your ability to be covered by the Second Amendment, while they would focus on the Second Amendment's utility. Now, that's what they would call, that's the power they would acknowledge. You would simply acknowledge the Constitution and the Second Amendment. They would acknowledge its utility, just like the engine in the car. They don't believe in consumerism being freedom because they understand it's not. They take consumerism as a given. They want to know, what gives me the ability to do things and exert myself in the world? Because you see, you can't protect the people around you, much less yourself, if you cannot exert yourself. So when they discuss freedom, it all comes back to power. So you're going to have a very hard time shaming them about the exercising of power, even if it brutalizes you, because as far as they're concerned, that's the price of doing business. There's never a bad form of exercising power. You all remember, I think it was Equalizer 2 with Denzel Washington? You remember that film? Remember when Denzel is sitting at the table with Pedro Pascal? And he realizes that Pedro Pascal is responsible for murdering his friend, the woman in the movie. And Pedro Pascal realizes that the jig is up. We got your cell phone number. We know it was you. And Denzel tells him, when did this become you, man? This is what you are. You're going around victimizing people, killing innocents. And remember, he told him, there are no innocents. Just misfortunate. If you see Juneteenth in a microcosm and you tell yourself that was them folk over there back then, that was them folk back then over there, then you've completely lost it. It's not them folk back there over there. That's you and me right here, right now. That's you and me right here, right now. It's essential that we keep a hold of this because we are the only ones fighting it today. We are the only ones still on the job. We are the only people actively fighting white supremacy today. The only ones. We're the only force actually pushing back against the greatest evil that mankind has ever witnessed. We're the only ones. We're the only ones. And if we don't have a proper context of where we are along that struggle, if we're telling people it's over, if we're telling people most of it's behind us, as opposed to telling them, what do you mean by most of it's behind us? We're still right where we were. If we don't acknowledge that, then we've lost it. And the purpose of doing tonight's program is to make it clear we haven't lost it. We know who we are. We know where we are. And we are only getting stronger in our recognition of it. We're only getting stronger. I am proud of what we've done. I am proud of what we've accomplished. I'm proud of how far we've come. I'm proud of what we've done. I'm proud of what we've built. I'm proud of the dignity and perseverance that led to us being where we are today. I am proud of that. And I want you to have a proper context of what it is that we're proud of. This is not their story. This is our story. And Juneteenth is only one chapter in an ongoing book that's still very much being written. Juneteenth is just one chapter in the book. The book isn't finished yet. The book isn't written yet. Not really sure the Juneteenth chapter is finished yet, but it's not done. Not at all. What I'm going to do tonight here, I'm going to do something a little bit different tonight. A little bit different tonight. We've got over 3,000 people in here watching us live right now. And what I want to do is I want to open up the telephone lines. I'm going to open up the telephone lines here. And I'm going to give you an opportunity to call up. And I would like for you to look back. I would like to give you a moment here if you'd like to. Not to give a lecture here. You're not here to go on and on, please. Because you know what happens when you give folks the microphone. They want to, oh, good, I get to go on for 30 minutes. No, let's not do that. But I would like to hold tonight as a forum to talk about something we usually don't. How many of you got to talk to the old people in your family? How many of you got to talk to the old folks in your family who told you about the way that things were, told you about what they've been through, told you about what they've seen, and it's lit a fire in you? How many of you have been introduced and met the people in your family who told you about what it was like in the slave fields and how they came out of that? How many of you have had that? How many of you have experienced that? How many of you knew them or know them? How many of you have had that? I want you to give me a call tonight. I want us to talk about our experiences as the descendants of the slaves, as the freedmen, as the foundation of this country you're standing in here, and the foundation of civilized humanity. I want to open up the phone lines and give you all an opportunity here to speak on that. There's somebody whose name the rest of us don't know, whose story the rest of us don't know, whose experience they don't know. But I want to open up the phone lines tonight so you all can call in and sound off, because I have a feeling that there's a bunch of people and your stories sound the same. That you come from all these disparate backgrounds, and yet we've got the same story. And I want to give you an opportunity to give us a phone call tonight, if you'd like to. For some of you, it may be very difficult, and I understand that as well. But I want to give you an opportunity to speak on that. You see, what's happened is that I know this sounds a little bit different from what you all are accustomed to. Jason usually does not do this, but I'm doing something different tonight because we don't usually get to even tell our story. These other folks out there, they get to tell their stories, even if they're lies, even if they're fabricated. They get to talk about where they've been. We haven't really been able to flesh ours out. And this national mosaic, we don't get to flesh ours out from our experience and show people exactly where we've been and what we've done. We don't get to do that. Now I want us to have an opportunity to do that tonight, so I'm going to do that as well. In the meantime here, I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo, my man, Mr. Richburg. Thank you very much for your support. We appreciate that. Chadwick, Walter, B1 Media is a lifesaver, everybody else here tonight. And also just a brief reminder that we are still in the midst of our crowdfunding for 8 a.m. We've talked about Juneteenth and where we've been and where we're at. I'm doing a film about what we're doing and where we need to go, because that is what all of this is about. If I can impress one thing on you all tonight, if I can impress one lesson, let it be this. The entire purpose and point of slavery was one thing only: to determine who would have the best, choicest, most delicious cuts and slices of life, and who would be living like a dog on the floor, licking up the crumbs off the ground. That's it. It really comes down to that. There it is in a nutshell. Slavery, white supremacy, and racism, it all boils down to determining who's going to have the best in life and who's going to be licking up the crumbs off the floor. Who is going to be able to do whatever they set their hearts and minds to, and who is going to be left without a chair when the music stops. And that's it. And this is why hobbling us and handicapping us and the unfairness and unjustness of everything. That's what it's all about. That's what it's for, is to ensure white privilege and white supremacy. You eat the crumbs and they live high off the hog. And that's why I've dedicated my life and my existence to the discussion and the exploration and the execution of Black socioeconomics, to demystify these things, because most people are completely mystified by it. I've worked to demystify it, because their greatest nightmare is they're going to wake up one morning and they're going to have a Black person who they don't have the power and don't have the ability to take away what they've got. That's their greatest nightmare, is that one day they will encounter a Black person that they cannot take what they have, and they cannot execute white supremacy against them. They can't exercise white supremacy on them. That's their greatest fear. We're going to go ahead and take a very brief time out here. When we come back, we're going to get on the phone lines. Just a brief reminder about 8 a.m.
We've grown up in a sea of white supremacy. I think that what slavery did for us is it created this sense that the white man's ice is colder, and that we want to have a seat at that table and not a seat at our own table.
At LSU, we never had a conversation about the business of sports, about the money that's made. They don't want to have that conversation, because you have that conversation, that's what creates movements.
Most people are miserable. They're depressed. They hate their life. Why do people hate their life? Because they're doing things they hate. Because they feel like they're scared they can't pay a bill.
George Soros probably said it the best, and he said that when he was broke, nobody listened to him, but when he broke the banks over in Europe, he was able to start talking to the heads of state.
Are you listening? Is this thing on?
Let me tell you about the record industry. You walk into a major company, they got some of the prettiest women. You want some Perrier, you want some water. What do you need? Once they got you, it was just like that. What have you done for me lately?
A lot of those athletes in college, 99% of them will not make it to that high level NBA, WNBA, NFL.
If an artist is not a puppet, he's not going to be pulled to the top. It's the bottom line.
Friends is friends and business is business. Never intertwining.
The telephone lines are now open. The link to the crowdfunding is in the description of the video. My mods have also put it up in the chat room. I look forward to having all of my brothers and all of my sisters joining us for this. I want us to outdo anything that we've ever done before. We have less than 3 weeks left on it, but I want to see all of your names next to mine. We're going to go ahead and go over here to the telephone lines. Let me get caller from area code 757. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Tanya from Virginia Beach.
Okay, Tanya from Virginia Beach. What's on your mind?
I thank you for this broadcast, because when I started listening to the black media, I knew that the debt they owed, but I didn't translate it into reparations. So that was my incentive, to make sure my family could get on that line. So when I started to look in my family, my shock was on paper. Between you and Tariq, I went to the 1880, and I saw my grandfather, who ran away, who joined the Civil War, who, oh my goodness, who opened up a bank account thereafter with $50 and put his 5 siblings on it, who was a member of the Freedmen's Bank, who they didn't give insurance to civil rights black veterans until 1900. And so the veterans from the Revolutionary War was getting pensions for being veterans, but not the black. It wasn't until 1900. So when that class action came through, my grandfather hired a lawyer, and he got his wife to be a pension. And I'm talking about my great-grandfather, pardon me. And my great-grandfather wife had a pension until she died in 1960 from the Civil War. I'm talking about my great-grandfather. So we're not talking about too far away. And I learned all of this on FamilySearch.com, which is free. I'm employing the family. Please go look at it. And the one important reason is because you can edit the information now. So the people who are putting the information online are what's the name of those people in Utah? The church.
The Mormons.
The Latter-day Saints. They volunteer and they put the information. They write what they want, and they can edit it. So right now, anybody, including me and you, could go on today and edit the information. So I'm employing people to get the information, download it onto your website, document it, make a book on Amazon. And I want to thank you so much for tonight. I want to thank you so much. That's it.
Thank you for giving us a call, my sister. We appreciate that. Let me get caller from area code 336. By the way, everybody, you need to investigate your family history. Don't leave it up to somebody else. You need to take that journey. Do not assume that people who come from nowhere, it's very easy to convince you have no value if you come from nowhere. That's why on the plantations, the first order of business would tell you you don't have a history. If you don't have a history, then you have nobody to fight for except yourself. And that's a very shallow life. So this is why you need to know where you come from. Caller from area code 336, you're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
My name is Chase Davis. I'm calling from Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
All right, Chase from Winston-Salem, what's on your mind?
We're deeply incorporated with the Black Panther Party here in Winston-Salem, one of the founding areas for the Black Panther Party. We used to have free breakfast back in the 70s. So I just want to put that out there. But I was calling on what you said about our ancestors and our elders in the community. Right now, I feel like there's a distance between the elders and the newer generation in the black community. I know that our elders went through a lot and dealt with racism a little harder than what we did, but now that times are changing, I see that some of our elders are selling out to the same oppressors that put us in the conditions that we're in today. I work with a youth program here in Winston-Salem. I coach football. And some of my coaches that I coach with, they're a little bit older than me. They're in their 60s and 70s. I'm in my late 30s. But we have discussions all the time. And right now they're talking about who they're voting for, Democrat, Republican, Biden, Trump. So the other day I told them, I said, both of them are white supremacists in my eyes. And they said, young brother, you talking crazy. We got to have somebody in charge. But what I told them is what seemed like what we doing every election, every time it's time to vote, all we doing is looking to see which slave master going to give us the best hand-me-down clothes, because neither party care about black people. What we need to do as black people is start our own political party and pick our own political representatives, because Democrats not doing nothing for black folks and Republicans not neither. But what I'm tired of also
beyond
in our
just a political party, though, would be having a code of conduct. That's an important thing to have. Political parties are one thing, but even if you have, quote, your own political party, if that party is not on code, then you're right back where you started. So keep that in mind beyond political parties, because, you know, there's other groups of people don't worry about starting another political party. They just worry about being on code where they are. I would suggest to you that's a huge thing to have. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. I got a number of folk on the line here tonight, everybody. So please try to give us a concise version of it. Thank you. Let me get caller from area code 843. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, Jason. This is More Black from North Charleston, South Carolina.
Okay, More Black from North Charleston. What's on your mind?
Hey, I'm going to try to keep it together and make it quick because I don't want to get emotional. But I want to thank you for this because this is somewhat of a release. You know, I was fortunate to have father figures, and I'm a daddy's girl. I'm a daddy's girl till the day I die. And I was one of the people who sat and talked to him every night about our family and learning our lineage and stuff. And we lost him a little over a month ago. So I haven't really recovered. And I just want to thank you, you know, because I don't have him to talk to. And, you know, you got to remember, I'm in my 30s. So when you spend almost every day of your life talking to your daddy about your life, and I had the privilege of learning my family and my lineage, I'm slowly adjusting to not having that now. But my family is South Carolina bred, Gullah Geechee, Georgetown, North Charleston, and Beaufort area. And we are the direct descendants of slaves. But what was so beautiful about my family is I never appreciated it growing up. But I appreciate it now. As my granddad used to tell us, if you marry out your race, you're not getting no land. And I used to think to myself, I don't care about that. We ain't going to never live on it anyway. And he took so much pride. And it wasn't until I got older that I began to realize why he said those things. And he has every right to have his views, and I have mine. But my granddad family, they came out of slavery, and they were forced into sharecropping and the convict leasing system. My great-granddaddy, right after slavery, started making moonshine. And he was a heavy target here in South Carolina because of the land and the wealth, the little bit of wealth that he did have. He didn't share a whole lot about that because he just, you know, he didn't want to, I think having wealth made you a target. So long story short, he created moonshine, and they would always move up the taxes on him and stuff. And what was so beautiful about my great-grandmother is she wasn't supposed to work. He had this thing where he didn't want her to work. You stay home and clean your own cabinets. You don't clean nobody else's cabinets. And she started a small business while he would be gone on the road or in the fields. And she started a business washing clothes for whites because it is said that she knew that they would move the taxes up on him and do things to him, and she didn't want to lose the land. So she would start her business, and she would save all her money on the side. And eventually, you know, my granddad would pass, and the land was inherited, of course. Some of it was taken for the railroad, but then my family continued on, and they were able to buy more. So I think we need to know more of these stories as well. That way we can fight for what is ours, as well as keep what is ours in the family. So I'm so grateful that I had that opportunity to have him tell me about who I am, why our land is so important. And when I go out there, I don't live out there in the land, but when I go out there, you can feel the ancestors. It's peaceful. And I take so much pride in the fact that my family had this after slavery, and they held on to it ever since then. So I just want to thank you, and I encourage everybody to not only learn their history, but learn other history. There's a guy here in South Carolina, 400 acres of land. He was lynched. His family is now in Chicago. But Mr. Anthony Crawford, one of the most successful black farmers. Land is your wealth. You can do so many things, and I wouldn't have known that if I wouldn't have sat my behind down and listened.
Well,
certainly,
so I want us to. The way that they dealt with things, though, is we had to become ingenious. Slavery forced us to. When folks trying to tell you about Jared Taylor and his ilk having the gall to try to tell you about lower IQs, how in the world do we outsmart you all if we got lower IQs? How in the world do we do that? Right. How in the world do you have a system of 100% oppression, and yet there were still those of us finding a way to succeed at that? So having land is a wonderful thing, but I want folks to, more importantly than that, I want them to focus on the ingenuity behind it. So your father and your mother, your grandfather and your grandmother, the ingenuity behind that shows them that, by the way, there's things you can do here that folks haven't even thought of. That's the most powerful thing we can do, and that's why I've always dedicated myself to what we talk about here. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. We appreciate that. Shout out to Jay Freeman Blackman there in the super chat. I cannot put into words how important this broadcast was. This broadcast needs to be in classrooms. This is the classroom now, folks. Those of you who have children and whatnot, there's a reason why I always say, with everything I say, go Google this. You can look it up for yourselves, investigate it for yourselves. Do not leave it up to Ron DeSantis and the state of Florida or Louisiana or Texas or Arkansas or Tennessee. Don't leave it up to them to do this. This is your responsibility. This is your history. These are your children. It is your responsibility because you are in a race war. Call from area code 347. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yes, this is John Mann from Lower Manhattan, New York. I would like to thank you, Jason Black, for the broadcast. Basically, I knew only one of my great-grandfathers. Both of my great-grandfathers were Garveyites. Basically, as a young one, I always wanted to listen to the older ones because I always felt that they might have had some secrets that I needed to know. So even as a child, I would always try and eavesdrop on grown-up conversations. Anyhow, make a long story short, in the early 70s, when Alex Haley came out with Roots and everything like that, I asked my grandmother, because I knew she was the youngest of 10 children. Her father was from South Carolina, Aiken, South Carolina. So I wanted to find out more about how he was, what he was about, because I never met him. He was 11 years old when slavery ended. So anyhow, she didn't really want to talk about it too much because it brought back bad memories. So her older sister, my great aunt, we called her Yaya. So, this is in Queens, South Jamaica, Queens. So I went to the 40 projects and I visited Yaya. And I said, Yaya, Nana, we call my grandmother Nana. I said, Nana, when I brought up, things about the South Carolina, she didn't want to talk about it. I said, what is that about? She said, oh, well, she was younger, and when we would go to school, there would be boys hanging from the tree when we went to school, and when I would bring her back, they would still be hanging from the trees. So that gave me more of an understanding of why it was kind of difficult. She also had my grandmother, my mother's mother, had a big fear of snakes. So I attribute, in South Carolina, they must have a lot of snakes down there. So that's why she probably had a fear of snakes too. If you was to even mention snake, it would get her upset. I mean, it's so much. I could ramble on, but I think a lot of times the atrocities that still exist, many times I was jumped on Staten Island, New York by Caucasians, white boys, Italians. By knowing history, I knew that even while that was going on in the 70s and 80s, 1970s and 80s, I experienced a lot of things that my relatives experienced back in the 1800s, early 1900s, so on and so forth. So it's a constant battle. Everybody's waging war on us, and we have to unify and nullify them from waging war on us. Thank you again, Jason Black, and I will contribute to the fundraising for 8 a.m. Peace and blessings.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. YouTube appears to be messing with the stream here tonight. Because of course they would. They're the bad guys. Why would they not? So of course they would. Okay. We got that restarted here, but of course YouTube is going to mess with the program tonight. Of course they are. Duh. Call America 442. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, Jason. I'm Kay from South California.
Okay, Kay from where? Kay from where at in California?
Oh, I'll say San Diego. Yeah. So I want to thank you for tonight's broadcast. It brought back a lot of memories. So I have, of course, family on my mom's side and my dad's side. And my mom's side was a little more open to discussing our history. So I did have a privilege of talking to my grandparents before they died about some of their experiences. And what stood out to me as you were discussing was a memory of my grandfather. So he had come into a situation where he had to defend himself. So my family, we still have family there and land there, even the family cemetery. But because my grandfather got into a confrontation and he had to be, they were able to leave town to save his life.
Cell phone is breaking up on her here a bit there. Thank you for giving us a call. Your cell phone's breaking up on you. Let me get caller from area code 206. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from? Caller from area code 206. You're on live. Okay, caller has been abducted. Caller from area code 347. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yes, Jason, this is MSQ from Harlem, New York.
Okay, it sounds like we got our hands over the phone, or it's really, really muddled there. So if you're on speaker or some of those earbuds, you're going to want to take those out because you're coming through real muddled right now.
I'm not on speaker. I'm not on speaker.
Okay, try talking up some here. What is your name? Where you calling from?
Okay, Jason, this is MSQ from Harlem, New York.
Okay, your phone's coming through real muddled. It's really, really muddled. So I'm not really sure if there's a signal issue or something, but it's real muddled on your end. What was on your mind?
Okay. Basically, I just want to call in and explain that I don't know much about my family. My great-grandmother died giving her birth. At the age of 13, she and her baby sister branched out on their own and made a life for themselves. They bought a houseboat and traveled from North Carolina all the way to Tennessee. And they migrated back to North Carolina, bought property, and made a life for themselves. Because of the strength of my great-grandmother not having a mom, really impounded upon me to be the entrepreneur that I am today and to give back to the children and to fight and stand up for the elders, because there is no unity, there is no strength, and there is no one to look after the babies or the elders. So therefore, I take it upon myself from what was instilled in me from my great-grandmother, my grandmother, and my mother. I just lost my mom and dad back to back 2 months ago. So listening to you and listening to everyone who participates really, really just empowers me and encourages me in a mighty way to really, really move forward and to stand firm and stand tall. And as my grandfather always said, anybody could be a nigger. Let nobody buy you or sell you. And be one. Thank you.
Black First Sister, condolences with your parents. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 973. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Good evening, Jason. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, sir. What's your name? Where you calling from?
My name is Agmos. I'm calling from Newark, New Jersey.
All right. What's the name again?
Agmos.
Okay, Agmos from Newark. What's on your mind?
Yeah, man. Just want to thank you for hosting this particular broadcast and for being, the conduit that you are, doing the great work that we need as a people. FBA, be one always. So I have the honor of coming from two parents who came from the South. My mother came from the cotton fields of North Carolina, Nash County, Rocky Mount to be exact. Grew up picking cotton until she was 18 years old, and then she got the hell out the South. Came up to New Jersey back in 1963. Met my father, who was from the projects of Norfolk, Virginia. They met each other and started a family and created and raised 9 beautiful children together. They made it through the Newark riots back in '67. My father was missing for some weeks. Apparently he was incarcerated at that time. Mother didn't know where he was at, but he came home eventually. Then they both joined the Nation of Islam in 1970. And, the journey goes on and on and on and on and on. Both of my grandparents on both sides come from some form of wealth. But, throughout the decades, people married into the family and took that wealth and took that land away. And so by the time, my parents were born, both of them were born into abject poverty. And, they gave birth to us in, abject, poverty in the city, but they put knowledge of self into us and love and, family, which, I think saved me in comparison to a lot of my peers. So I'm very, very thankful for my family. I'm very, very thankful for my lineage and our particular story. And yeah, just want to keep it going. And the work that you're doing is allowing us in the present to consistently be reminded of our power and our prestige and what we must continue to do for ourselves now and, for the youth that are, coming and for those unborn who will, continue onward. So thank you for allowing, for allowing me to be heard and to share my particular story.
Thank you very much for giving us the call tonight. We appreciate that. Let me get called from area code 901. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello, Jason. This is Rose. I'm calling from Memphis, Tennessee.
Okay, Rose is on speakerphone right now.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, Rose, what's on your mind?
Can you hear me now? Okay. Well, I just first want to say great broadcast all week. I've really been listening, very definitely much needed information, so I appreciate you on that. But I wanted to call and talk about, like you said, the family history. My great grandmother on my father's side, she was born into slavery. She worked in on a plantation in Slaughter, Mississippi. That was also where a lot of my family come from, Slaughter and Tupelo in Tunica, Mississippi. And my grandmother, my great-great-grandfather, is actually white. They used to keep his picture in the house. I was young when I first saw this, and I didn't really ask many questions. I, would ask something, but back then, my family actually, they were a lot more secretive. They wouldn't talk to us about these things. Definitely not in detail, but my dad used to tell me just like little stories that he knew about and what he heard. But basically, my great-great-great-grandmother, she had children from the man that owned her, which is my grandfather, I guess. And she had 4 children by him. She had 4 children. I can't tell you exactly when they were able to leave Mississippi or how they left. They ended up, I know everybody ended up in Chicago and St. Louis. But by the time I got older, like a lot of my people had already passed away. So that's kind of just what I knew about it. But I know my dad, we were trying to find some things and look back into our family history. Because as I got older, like I said, he was white, and I was like, well, maybe he might owe us something, or just, talking to my dad, just want to find out where we come from. But he started getting kind of sickly in a couple of years, losing his memory, things like that of that nature, and he actually passed away a couple months ago. So I'm going to try to finish that and learn more about it and the history of where my people come from. So I just want to speak on that, and you have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 540. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello, this is Charles from Hillsborough, Virginia.
All right, Charles from Hillsborough, Virginia. What's on your mind?
I just wanted to say, don't let anybody foreignize you, especially in this day and age. There's an attempt to foreignize us, connect us back to the continents, some random tribe 1,000 years ago. I recently had a woman on a job tried to do that to me, stating that I looked like her Senegalese friends. And I reminded her of my lineage, where my family's from Jefferson County, West Virginia, Rappahannock County, and also parts of Loudoun County, where they were enslaved. And I told her that my family has been here for generations. And also mentioned that Senegal was not a country when my ancestors were taken from here. So I think that's very important. And then also, that's it.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 839. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, what's going on, Mr. Black? This is Ty Sanders from Blackville, South Carolina.
All right, Ty, what's on your mind?
Yeah, man. So I'm touching bases on a lot of things, man. From everybody that was talking about South Carolina. So my grandfather was born 1908 and died 2010. And he basically raised me. And, you know, in the house that I was raised in was built 1878, still standing to this day, that my family owned, you know, in the country woods down there. So, you know, everything that you be preaching about, Mr. Black, man, you know, I salute to you, brother. You know, I'm always staying tuned in and being locked in on my goals. You know, it's real out here. You know, I'm a 31-year-old man, and I'm able to sit here and say that, you know, I actually witnessed somebody go through a lot of things, you know, from that day and time. And, you know, it's kind of heart-touching right now. You know, I really don't know too much what to say. You know, I had my mind made up of what I wanted to say, but it's, you know, it's real out here. And, you know, I just want to say, you know, salute to you once again, man, and salute to everybody out there that's standing for something. B1.
B1, thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 504. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
How you doing, Jason? This is James from Marshalltown, Iowa, by way of New Orleans, Louisiana.
Okay, James. And what is on your mind, James?
I just wanted to say, me being a New Orleanian, I trace my lineage back to the 1830s. My mom's side of the family came from what's known as Eudora, Arkansas now, from a cotton field. And my daddy's side of the family came from what's known as Raceland, Louisiana now, from a sugarcane plantation. And we have documentation to prove that. But I wanted to talk about not only talking to elders in my family, but other elders. I wanted to say just two things. A lot of people black Americans that live in Northern America, Michigan and places like that, don't know the stories of how their great-grandfathers had to split a white supremacist head open behind raping great-grandmother and had to move the family because the mob came. A lot of those families didn't just migrate because they was running from the mob just because. I think that's untalked about how many men defended the family, because we wasn't just cowards. And second off, probably one of the most realest conversations I ever had about this topic was with an old grand wizard, an old white supremacist, sat down on the job for about 2 hours one day when I was 19 years old and had a conversation with me about the type of things like this, about he remembered the lynchings, he remembered the on the weekends, how the town's entertainment was to go watch black folks be hung. He talked about all the different body parts he seen at different people's houses in a jar full of embalming fluid. So, I mean, that was one of the realest conversations I ever had, and I thought it was something that needed to be had. Like you talked to Jerry Taylor and Richard Spencer. I just encourage black Americans, FBAs, if you're sitting down with an open white supremacist that's going to share what is going on, talk to them. Don't get all emotional and start screaming and shouting, because they'll tell you what's on their mind. I come from bold white supremacy in the South, where they just tell you what it is and everybody just move. At least we know what it is. You know what I mean?
Well, they're so used to being insulated from any real consequences of it that they can give you unvarnished, undiluted white supremacy. So that and they don't have as much to take from them. So in your bigger cities, they might have more status to lose and whatnot. But for those of us from the South, they've got less to lose in that regard, and they're willing to accept having less to lose if it means keeping their boots on your neck. So that's why I tell people, you must understand, we are a symbolic metric to this nation. How low on the totem pole we are has spiritual significance to them. This transcends nations and money. Knowing that we are firmly under their feet is the barometer they use to determine whether whiteness is healthy. As long as we're suppressed, whiteness is healthy. If we are not suppressed, whiteness must not be doing very well. I'll let you have the last word.
I just want to say that for everybody, I just encourage you to find out your family origins as far back as you can. Take the bitter with the sweet, and just being a Gen Xer, just think about what the world would be if we had a black media when we was little boys and girls. Have a good night.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. And I recommend all of you do that there as well. Like I say, I mean, I've been at my life's work in this regard here. You've seen me talk directly to them. I talked to them right after Charlottesville. And the reason why is because you have so many people out there. There's some very, very shallow-minded, I'll just be polite tonight, shallow-minded individuals. And it is one thing to talk about white supremacy. It's another thing to talk to it. It is one thing to talk about white supremacy. It is another thing altogether to talk to it. And when you've had an opportunity to speak to it, that's a different thing. That's different. And for you to sit there and be able to ask them questions so you can see how the demonic mind works. And that you will have people who will sit right there and say that to you directly. It's one thing to hear it secondhand. It's another thing for you to sit up here and estimate in your mind or wonder in your mind what it would be. But it is another thing for you to hear it with your own ears so that you actually absorb that and say, they really just said this. They're saying that with a straight face. Now it registers to you. If they can sit there and say that to you with a straight face, that's not something you heard secondhand, you heard it directly from them, then that lets you know just how serious a conflict you are in. And when folks try to talk to you about conflicts on the other side of the world, you ain't really going to have a lot of ear for that when you realize how brutal of an enemy you're up against right where you're standing. And it's not Jason Black saying it, you heard it with your own ears. Call from America 347, you're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Peace to the Black Authority and to the Black Media Experience. Anthony from Brooklyn.
All right, Anthony from Brooklyn, what's on your mind?
Jason, I just want to, all right, I'm going to make a statement. Then I just want to, I'm going to sacrifice saying anything about my family because I want to make sure a couple of names are mentioned in regards to this particular day because they're very important in regards to us having this holiday. But you mentioned the unnamed, and that's what I want to do. I just want to say thank you to the unnamed Black men who, when presented with this particular choice, after we had to endure what we had to endure during the killing fields of the South, the North, and the Midwest, asked to come and help save the Union, basically, because they was getting their behind handed to them by the Confederacy. And remember, Abraham Lincoln said, he said, if I could preserve the Union without freeing any slave, I would. This is when they talking amongst themselves. But he knew he needed help. So this is why we get this in the first proclamation, where the offer is for Black men to join the fight. But you had to win. If we win, then we end up being free, but not just free for ourselves, but free for our wives, our children, and our parents. And I say these were not cowards. These are men that intentionally stepped onto the field of battle and did what had to be done, and they won. And it's a story that has not been told yet and has not been told in the way that it needs to be told, because we just have so much disrespect for Black men from the standpoint of telling stories, not just stories, telling truths that are, you just can't deny. And the two people I want to mention is Dr. Ronald V. Myers, who's no longer with us, but that was the driving force behind getting Juneteenth as a holiday. This was a physician, and he went state to state. Once he got on this mission, throughout 2 or 3 decades, he went state to state until when he passed in 2018. But by the time he passed, he had 39 states on board to make Juneteenth a national holiday. And I want to thank the Black gatekeeper himself, the Black gatekeeper to the Civil War and Civil War knowledge and understanding what the contribution that Black men and women made, and that's Harry Jones, and his name is Hari Jones. He died in 2018 also, and one of his mantras was the Black man freed himself while saving the Union, and this is how this has to be projected. Because see, right now they got us thinking, oh, we turn benevolent and just let y'all go, basically. No, no, we physically fought and won this. And if it wasn't one, remember, Juneteenth, they let you know, because the proclamation 1863, but battles were still being fought up until 1865 when the final battle. So if we don't win, then we don't get to get out of chattel slavery, basically. So this story has to be told like this. And I'll land my plane. I wish everybody would also go back and read. In 1935, it's called The Propaganda of History by W.E.B. Du Bois, where he talked about how they are changing the narratives of history around the Civil War. Why? Because they don't want to give Black folk their due and what we did to contribute to. There is no United States of America without the contribution of the Black man and woman, not just in what we do in the various fields of endeavor on the battlefield.
Everything is about giving us the impression or the idea that we've never done anything, not in history,
exactly.
Not in the distant past, not in the recent past, not today. And anything you are doing or have done is really not very relevant or very consequential. So when it comes time around to giving substance to anything we've done, watch for them to go back, even for the stuff they have to concede to. And even if they do concede, you did something, oh, well, that wasn't really necessary. That was minimal. And that's why it is so important. I became a documentarian because it was essential to tell our stories ourselves. They're never going to do that. Ken Burns is never going to tell our story. He's going to tell an American story. He's going to tell it to the extent that he's comfortable with it. They're not really going to tell our story. So if it's going to get told, the only people who are going to tell it is us. The only thing we have to make sure of is that we dotted our I's and crossed our T's and made sure that we have that straightened out.
Right. One last thing, and I promise I'll go after this. When we tell the story of the Civil War and Juneteenth, we have to tell that in context of what's it called? The Reconstruction, because that's the success story. Because they still weren't leaving us alone; they were still bothering us. But because we had the numbers after the Civil War, we voted our own into office, even under the threat of death. And so many municipalities throughout this country, and to the point where we had 20-something senators, 600 elected legislators, and hundreds of local office. And I didn't even know, here I am, 18 years old. I went to Grambling University, 85, 86, and didn't even know. Going to Pitchback Hall, as soon as I go in, they got a plaque on the wall talking about Pitchback. Governor, I mean, what we had one of them in
PBS.
I didn't know that.
PBS Pinchback.
So
yes.
That's, yes, sir. So I'm making that point to say we have to tell that story of Reconstruction and how out of us battling on the field, winning, and then in our daily lives when left alone to some degree, even though we weren't really left alone, the successes that were done in a small 11-year period.
Well, I see it more as a continuation of what was going on, actually. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 323. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, Jason. My name is Joe, and I'm calling from Fort Worth, Texas.
Okay, Joe from Fort Worth, Texas. What's on your mind?
it brought to my mind of my great-great-grandfather, who would probably be close to 202 centuries. My people had a lot of children. My grandfather was a baby of my great-grandfather's 18 kids, born in 1879. My great-great-grandfather, there was no horse that can outrun my great-great-granddaddy, but the owner of him told him and other slaves there was slavery everywhere and there was no way to escape. Sometimes they would beat him after he was gone for about 3 days, like a retreat, and sometimes they left him alone. But his daughters, the owner killed 2 of his daughters. One was about 9, one was about 8 years old, because they couldn't keep the baby chicks quiet. So after my great-great-granddaddy went and buried his child, he came back and she killed the other one, and he had to go back and bury his other baby. And my great-grandfather was so angry. He was about 15 years of age. He tried to run away, but his father tracked him. He told him, if I didn't bring you back, it'd make it worse on the other slaves. And he was beaten by the owner with a chain in front of the fireplace. It was around December. And I want to say this, my great-grandfather was 100 years older than my dad. But she beat him so bad, and she took a shovel and went into the charred parts of the fireplace and throwed all the ashes on his back. And he couldn't tell his flesh from his from the ashes. And they left him outside to bury him the following day. They thought he was dead. And after they dug his grave, they were about to lay him down in the grave. And he said, he woke up and he says, "Don't bury me, I'm not dead yet." My great-grandfather lived to be 118 years old, had 16 children. Excuse me. He had 18 children. And my granddaddy was the youngest of those. They had so many kids, and it's almost like they tell stories from one generation to the next, how they were treated or mistreated. And I wanted to say this. My dad fought in World War II, and it wasn't until the war was almost over that they gave them modern weapons, because they were still using weapons that were outdated in World War I. So these are some of the stories, just a bit of what was informed to me. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Properly arming black people has always been something this country has been terrified of. Remember back during the Civil War? Everybody talks about Nat Turner. Jason Black has to remind you all about Alexander Turner. Everybody talks about Nat Turner. Jason Black talks about the other Turner, Alexander Turner. You know, he was born on a slave plantation. When the Civil War rolled around, he told the Union, "Oh, thanks for giving us these guns right quick. I got to make a pit stop by the plantation. Oh, we're going to go fight this war, but I got to go make this pit stop by the plantation right quick." And he went back there and paid old boy a visit. And that's change we can all believe in. Caller Miracle 240, you're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello, Jason.
Okay, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello. My name is Ben Settles. I'm calling from Cincinnati. I was born in South Carolina.
All right, Ben from Cincinnati,
My
what's on your
father-
mind?
Pardon me?
What's on your mind, Ben?
Just, I come from one of those families where my grandfather, born in 1865, he and his 15 brothers all had land, and somehow they all mysteriously in South Carolina wound up losing all of their land. Taxes, from what I understand, some of them folks went down and they were raising crops. They flooded the area so that they could not afford to pay taxes. And so those are some of the ways that we lost our land and we lost what we had in the South. One other very important thing I want to tell people, I moved back to Cincinnati to help take care of my elderly mother, but I lived in D.C. for 40 years. If anyone wants to also know about their family, there's the Mormon they were talking about, the Mormon Reading Room up in Kensington, Maryland, outside of D.C. Every Monday at, I believe it's 9 o'clock till 12, is dedicated to FBA. So you can actually go there and you can actually, it's dedicated to only FBA. You can actually do recordings of your family. I've been documenting because I'm the documentarian for my family. So you can document and get actual recordings of your family. You can put them on tape. So that's what I wanted to let you know. Jason, I am so proud. You actually, my son actually aired 7 a.m. here in Cincinnati. So he's the one who turned me on to you. So I am very, very happy. I have to hear you all the time. You've actually helped me and my family so much. And I just want to thank you and the family. And that's all I need to say, brother.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Let me get caller from area code 708. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yes, my name is Shakur, calling by way of Chicago.
All right, Shakur in Chicago, what's on your mind?
Yeah, first of all, Brother Jason, I want to say thank you and much respect to your service. I wanted to briefly share a story with the family about the first time I saw the Klan ride. I come from a generation, I'm in my mid-40s. I'm 46, I'll be 47 soon. And back in the 80s, the early 80s, late 70s, we would go back and forth to the South to visit the old house and the old farms. My grandfather would take us to Mississippi, and we would visit his great aunt, Aunt Lula Mae. And we always had a great time. We would commune with our cousins and cook and roast. I mean, they would take chickens right off the farm, etc. One night we're all out. All the adults are in the house. They're listening to music. They're playing billiards, spades, etc. We were on the porch swatting mosquitoes, and we hear it sounded like thunder. Now I'm outside with my little cousin, my sister. We from Chicago, and my cousins, they're from down there. So we're hearing this thunder, like a boom, 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 and we like, what is this? And this, where the farmhouse was at, was like, it turns pitch out there outside of the moon and starlight. Otherwise, it's pitch black. So down the road, which was a good 150 feet off from the house's front porch, you just start seeing a light coming. And in a couple of minutes, it was literally the Klan. Now, this was the early 80s. No Twitter, no cell phones, no press, no nothing. This was just them riding. And my sister being from Chicago, we were stunned. But the stock we come from, we had knew what the Klan was, but it was a myth to us. To see this blew our mind. But we're staring at it. And then we looked at our cousins and stuff, and the look on their faces, I'll never forget how calm and focused all of them were.
And my little cousin, a couple of years older than me, said, "Come on, let me show y'all something." Took us in the house. The adults in there, they playing cards and everything. And he went to the back. He kind of snuck through the house because the big old colonial. Snuck through the house, pulled something from under the bed, and it was like a ripped up. It took my mind time to focus, but it looked like a ripped up sheet with a big maroon stains on it. And he was like, "That's for one of them." And it all clicked. He was like, "They know not to come here. Yeah, they do this every now and then, but they know not to come here." And it was like a usual suspects moment. All of a sudden, me and my sister looking around the room, it was all the adults, my grandfather, and then they had shotguns in the corner. It was revolvers on the table, and everybody just in there calm. And we hadn't realized the music was loud, but everybody was quiet. Everybody was quiet. That was one of the most proudest and galvanizing moments in my life. And I've shared this story with my children. I have both adult children and school-age children. Anybody who's gotten close with me, and I wanted to share this with the family. We are David in the story. And we will kill Goliath. I have no doubt about it. B1, thank you for your service, Jason.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Let me get caller from area code 219. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello, everybody. My name is Darnell Lenore. I am actually from, my family history comes from the Lenore plantation there. That's still, the plantation house is still there in in Aberdeen, Mississippi. And my family, as far as I was able to go back, was just that far, as far as my father's side of the family goes. My mom's side of the family is from Greenwood, Mississippi, in a small town called Trail Lake. They're mostly from that area, in the Yellowbusha area. As far as I know about my lineage, is basically coming from that plantation. Our family didn't celebrate Juneteenth, but back in the day, our family celebrated something called the 8th of May, which is what they call Flag Day. And that was considered their Freedom Word Day, as they called it, a national Negro holiday. I heard them talk about it. But by the time I grew up, which I'm only I'll be 32 in a couple days, I heard them talk about it, and it's something that, it's very sentimental to hear about. They used to have big ball games and parties, heavy drums, big bass drums that they would play. It would just be so much, I heard it's so much fun. But the family where I come from, where the Lenore lineage comes from, the Lenore plantation, and you never really hear the stories about some of the grotesque things that happened there on their plantation. I know one of the stories is about a slave uprising that happened. Like I said, you don't hear about it. You were just talking about someone named Alexander Turner. My grandmother's family are Turners from Virginia. Her great-grandfather's name was George Washington Turner, who was born in 1830, around the time of the insurrection of Nat Turner, for sure. But they ended up making their way down to Mississippi to Tibaha County. But either way, the Lenore plantation, there was a slave uprising that happened there in 1860, I want to say 61. So during the time of the Civil War, it happened. And it was, I guess, kind of something like an embarrassment for your slaves. Raise their hand to the slave master, right? And so what they did is they concealed their history and made it where their history is not available. Like you stated earlier, them concealing their history is not for them to do, but for us to tell our story.
Yeah, because the thing is, the practice that they put into place is, and Skip Gates ran into this. I've seen this. He said when the kids that he was talking to, he said when they talked to their father and grandfather, they said they on the plantation and told them, we don't talk about the slaves. Exactly. When the kids asked them about the plantation, but what about the slaves? We don't talk about them. We don't discuss that. Now, understand something. This is something else that was taught to Nazi Germany. Listen carefully now. This was something else that was taught to Nazi Germany. If you'll all remember, as the Allies were beating back the Germans and making the final push to go ahead and take them out and freeing the concentration camps, you remember the stories that they give you from the concentration camps. What was happening? The Nazi officers were burning all the records. When the Allies were invading the camps and invading the headquarters, they were burning their records. They were destroying all the records. Now, up until that point, they had kept meticulous records of everything. But as the Allies were closing in, they started burning all the records. The trains that came in, the people they had, what they were doing, who worked there, they started destroying everything. Now, what does that tell you? Well, who did they learn that from? Well, in America, after the Civil War and the folks on the plantations, please remember, the whole purpose of Appomattox was one thing. For those of you who don't know, when Robert E. Lee finally has to surrender on behalf of the Confederacy, the whole point of Appomattox was to get out of there without what had happened in every war previously and what's supposed to happen. Well, you all are traitors. You're guilty of insurrection. We're supposed to, now that you've lost the war, every single one of you, everyone who was involved and everyone who helped, you're supposed to all hang.
That's right.
Robert E. Lee, the entire point of going to Appomattox was to negotiate what you all call posse comitatus today. However, its intent back then is not the way people interpret it today. They were being allowed the ability to simply just relinquish arms and go home. Well, of course, they weren't concerned that the government in the Confederate rebellion states would come after them. I mean, after all, they were all traitors too. They were only concerned that the federal government in Washington would send its army. And what would happen in this case is that instead of the Union Army taking the whole Confederacy, you go down to Virginia, arrest all the insurrectionists there. You go to Alabama, Louisiana, get all the insurrectionists. You go state by state and arrest all the insurrectionists. And then you would have a great big old Nazi jamboree. And that's what is supposed to happen. And that's what happened after the American Civil War, Benedict Arnold. But that didn't happen after the Civil War. Now, in knowing that that was a possibility, folks would be more reluctant to talk about that and give out records and whatnot and to explain exactly what they did. Because the next question would be, did you fight during the Civil War? So do you see how those two things go hand in hand? Did you own slaves? Yeah. Oh, were you fighting during the Civil War? Well, this could get real sticky and real bad real quick. And remember, it was many years after that before you could convince the unreformed Confederates that they were that they were not going to have something done to them. Please remember that. We had the great betrayal that happened after that. The several compromises happened after that. We got a ways to go before you actually reach the heart of Jim Crow, by the way. We had a ways to go before we got there. That was the whole reason for all these monuments and all this nonsense going on in that regard. They were very much concerned about what was going to happen next. Very much concerned. And they didn't stop being concerned. And what do you know? Now, the Daughters of the Confederacy really don't kick off their monument spree until the early 20th century. They don't kick off the monument spree until then. So what does all of that together tells you? People understood the value. I'm sorry. When they talk about, when the Daughters of the Confederacy and whatnot talk about it, they talk about, the Civil War as, some romantic tragedy. They talk about it in that regard. They romanticize it. But we didn't romanticize that thing. That wasn't what was happening there. But these folks understood, the need for doing that. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller area code 317. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
How you doing tonight, Mr. Black? It's Gary from Indiana.
All right, Gary from Indiana, what's on your mind?
Yeah, man. Actually, when I woke up today, I actually forgot what it was, and the way I was reminded is I was going to the bank to make a deposit, and it hit me that it was Juneteenth. But anyway, I went around, and I had to go to the grocery store, and I was asking, some of the black workers that I came across of, any of these liberal, open-minded white people were wishing you a happy Juneteenth. And, they were actually saying no, which is no big surprise to me because I know how fake these people are. Well, anyway, moving on. I was talking to my cousin of mine who pretty much she likes to keep the family records. She lives down in Georgia. And we were discussing our family members in Alabama on my grandmother's side. And actually, she's Native American, or she was Native American. And the town that we own was called Chandlertown. My grandmother was a Chandler. And she was also Native American. Now, one thing that we were discussing when we were trying to decide is, was she Cherokee or was she from another Native American tribe? Because when I was growing up, my dad always told me that we were Paiute, which came from Utah. Well, anyway, she also took a trip to the Kennedy plantation in Kentucky to look up our great grandfather on my grandfather's side, whose name was Doc, and he's buried at the slave plantation on the Kennedy plantation in Kentucky. So people should try to look into their history.
I think that's an important thing to have also. You hit upon something that's kind of important. And, I covered this here a few months ago, talking about what's happening down there in southern Louisiana. You got one of the Indian tribes down there trying to be recognized and whatnot. This is important for black folk to be aware of because many black folk, Louisiana, Mississippi, and other places like that, you've got heritage that if you take a look at your family tree, you see some intersections with the Native Americans. And this is something important for us to keep in mind because when we think about that, we think about what Hollywood shows you. When in reality, now we know that that is not actually true. So when you hear things like, yeah, one of my great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparents was Cherokee Indian, if you had photographs, in most cases you won't, but if you did, you're going to see some dark-skinned people with broad noses and thick lips. And the only real similarity that you might see is they got their hair pulled back. And that'll be the only similarity that you actually see. So when you reference, I want everybody to understand that context of when you're referencing specifically the Cherokee tribe, specifically the Cherokee, because Cherokee actually has several offshoots, by the way, y'all, when you go look into it, what they call the Cherokee tribe, by the way, that's another thing about these names and whatnot. So you only want to go into the names of these tribes and what they're really called, but what you call the Cherokee tribe has a bunch of offshoots. And you start to see a lot of similarities there, and where you realize, oh, I'll be damned, I don't just see similarity of looks, I see similarity of genetics. No wonder once we get to the 20th century, all of a sudden, there's this huge concerted effort to excommunicate us from the tribes. Right when it's time to start giving out casino licenses and the wealth and this, that, and the other, all of a sudden, there's this big push to expel us from the tribes and to say, no, you're not a part of that. So no acknowledgement that, by the way, yeah, a lot of these folks you call Native Americans, yikes, they didn't come here on your European boats. No wonder they didn't have a problem linking up with the slaves. They didn't come here on your boats, and they don't look like you Europeans or some weird amalgamation of that. They look like us.
Right.
One of these
Yeah,
days,
it was funny 'cause when
I gotta tell y'all, one of these days, and I gotta watch what I say here. One of these days, I really haven't done a whole lot as far as the historical thing when it comes to documentaries and stuff like that. I really haven't done a lot about that. But I do think that there's something to be said for examining that. So I don't know. I've got so much on my plate already. But one of these days, if I have the leeway to do that, I would really like to sit down in the manner in which you all are accustomed to me doing it, which you know is getting off in the nuts and the bolts and the details and the DNA and the genealogy, the hard facts and figures, the incontrovertible experts. You know, I would really like to get off into that and dissect all those things, because here's the problem. Everybody is playing dumb and they all know what the truth is. And as soon as you show them the evidence, then they stop playing dumb and they be like, oh, what do we don't want to do with them? Everybody knows we've been here the whole time. Everybody knows that the further back you go with the so-called Native American tribes, you find black folk. Everybody knows that that's what the genealogy and archaeology shows. Everybody knows this. And yet when we show up, the first thing they start doing is playing dumb about it. So just understand, everything is a test to see how much you really know. Their default response is to tell you, nope, not true, that never happened. And what they're really doing is testing, okay, how much does this nigga really know? And then if you do respond to them with the incontrovertible evidence and the real facts and the real genealogy and the real information about it, then they start stepping back ever so slowly, 1 inch at a time. Well, they go back another inch. And then when they finally do admit that you were here, well, they'll then go the ultimate fallback position. Yeah, well, I mean, you were here, but you weren't that significant. And it'll go there. And they'll be like, well, I'll be damned. You've already dropped an atom bomb. You already said before that we didn't predate here. Now we prove we were. Now you finally conceded that we were. And what I'm saying is there's ramifications that come through all of that. Folks, we talk about reparations. We do. And I understand some of the ideology that some people have. And I understand it. That if you get us to be claimed as Native Americans with Indian tribes, we should get the same sovereignty rights with these other people. I'm just going to tell you right now, yes, you are correct. We should get that. But there's a problem. The other folk up here who they call Native Americans are not really Native Americans. They're $5 Indians. These are white folk masquerading because that's American culture, and it's all been intended to do so. But the other issue is, if you have that kind of power and that kind of culture that goes into that, that turns over everything. So don't expect them to give that one up for you as easily as they have for everybody else. Don't expect that, because along with everything else, they know where we're going with this. They know where we're going. They know what we're doing. They know, hey, if we interpret it like that, oh, hell, that's going to give you all kinds of powers there now, isn't it? So it's like, wait, everybody except you now. So, but that one actually, you have to be careful about that one. If you're going to establish yourself in that regard, you will not be able to go through the 5 civilized tribes to do it. Just letting everybody know. Even if you do use that strategy, you will not be able to go through the 5 civilized tribes to do it. You will have to use another designation, because the federal government has allowed the so-called 5 civilized tribes to divorce themselves. Politically, you can get recognized, but you're going to have to do that by hand, establishing the genealogy, which is why I gave you all the story about what they're doing in South Louisiana. So if those folks are allowed to do that and be recognized, then they just gave you the blueprint. And that's the one you would need to use. So they're not just using geography. They're not just using lineage. They're using having a piece of land that they own, which is, I got a building on it. It's historically tied to where they are. So they're substantiating that. And they're gathering together as many names as they can and can validate their lineage. So if you're going to use that, that would be the one you have to use. But what he's making, when he keeps bringing up about the Cherokees and whatnot here in Louisiana, Places like Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas, that's a very common thing. I want you all to understand the context of it. What he's saying, I don't want you to think that's just random, particularly that Cherokee thing. That's not just random. That is not just random. There's actually a whole story to that. And one day, who knows, that may be a story that I actually get into. That would be a very sweeping, broad, epic thing, but that'd probably be a story one day that I think is worth telling, because I really want to get that knot untangled. There's a knot that is really tangled there, folks, and untangling that, it would be an undertaking, but that would really be one I want to see about. I'll let you have the last word.
Something else that always baffles me when it comes to Hitler, how these white supremacists, knowing that he's Jewish, how they still appraise him. When he came here back in like 1933, 1934, whenever, and he got the knowledge and he took it back to his country, he thought the KKK was nothing but a bunch of backwards ass hillbillies, and he even told them that, and they still honored him. And that's just something, I mean, okay, yeah, we can say that's white supremacists, but that's white supremacy, but that kind of takes the whole thing, their whole argument, and kind of debunks the credibility in it.
Well, I mean, remember the Ku Klux Klan, they hate Jews and talk about Jesus Christ. So white supremacy is not about facts. White supremacy is a belief system, not a fact system. The only thing they really need to know is you ain't white. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 404. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, my name is Brittany from Atlanta.
All right, Brittany from Atlanta. What's on your mind?
Well, I would like to talk about my great uncle. His name was Waddell. My great grandmother would speak about him often. They were born in Georgia, Columbus, Georgia, in now what is called Callaway Gardens. They worked for Mr. Callaway. She talked about the anguish that Mr. Callaway and his family bestowed upon my family that worked and sharecropped their lands. My Aunt Emma, at the age of 10, was hit on the back of her pelvic, and she never could bear kids. Mr. Callaway would beat my great-great-grandmother, which is what led my family to Atlanta. One night, he started to try to have his way with my great-great-grandmother, and her son got into a physical altercation with him. Because, of course, he was a white man and my uncle was a black young man at the time, had to immediately flee from Columbus, Georgia. 3 days later, one of the Callaways who tried to have his way with my great-great-grandmother, he ended up dying. It was told that my Uncle Waddell could never come back to Columbus, Georgia. When he left from Columbus, he jumped on a train and he got led off to Atlanta. And he got off on Peter Street. I don't know if you're familiar with the Peter Street district, but it houses a lot of black culture still to this day in Atlanta. And my uncle, he would send for his family. He would try to, have family members or cousins to come to Atlanta and try to get word back that he was going to send for his family, because he knew just how cruel they were being treated in Columbus. My uncle ended up hiring an attorney. The attorney spoke for him and went down to Columbus to speak to the Callaways to see how much it would be to obtain my family members. One of those little girls was my great-grandmother, who I'm referencing to who told me the story. And Waddell ended up obtaining about $8,000 to obtain my grandmother, his mother, and my great aunt and my two great uncles who served in World War II. From there, they moved to Atlanta, Georgia. And like I said, my uncles went into the service. They took care of their mother. They took care of their sisters. Neither sisters, well, my grandmother got married. My Aunt Emma, who got hit, she never did marry. But I'm the product of her son, Herschel Coverson, who served in the Korean conflict. So when I think about Juneteenth, I think about my great uncle, Waddell, who was determined to get his family from Columbus, Georgia, and to build a new life for his family.
Do you realize how much courage that takes to do that, by the way? I want you all to think about that right there. I mean, we live in an age of planes, trains, and automobiles, telephony, look it up, telephones, instant communication, electricity. Oh, yeah, and none of the lingering ideas that somebody's going to walk up here and try to institute chattel slavery. Do you realize how much courage that takes? I've traveled this country from sea to shining sea, and let me tell you something, ma'am. You all don't have any idea just how many places there are on this continent that you could come up missing and nobody ever find you. Now, I come from Louisiana. I come from northern Louisiana, by the way. I'm not even from southern Louisiana where the coast is. Shreveport is as far north as you can get without being in Arkansas. I mean, okay, yeah, there's Ida up a little bit, Morgansport and Ida up a little bit further. Y'all get the idea. You take a look at Caddo Parish on the map. We're as far north as you can get without being in Arkansas. So when you all think about swamps and things like that, you think about southern Louisiana, but we got plenty of that here. We got plenty of that in Louisiana. And what I'm saying, the whole state of Louisiana is a flood zone. The whole damn state. I've been dealing with flooding my entire life. Why do you think everybody down here's got a big ass V8 large vehicle? Yeah, because we used to having flooding going on. And what I'm telling you is, by the way, when you deal with some of these more honest white supremacists down here, they start using words like gator hole and gator bait. So you see, when they go off in the woods, I mean, you don't think about it on some deliverance stuff, but that's what they got in mind. They're not out there just fishing. They're learning the lay of the land. They're learning where evil things can be done and nobody's looking. See, you have a whole bunch of people walking the streets, and you have a whole bunch of people driving cars. You don't have very many people where you have to put a boat. And by the way, one more thing. I've spent my entire life, and most of you here, if you've been in the South. Now, Louisiana's a little bit different because we have a very much common down here. But I want y'all to know it is nothing. Why do you think so many of these folk out here from the dominant society, you hear them talking about hunting? When they talk about hunting, you can't go with them. Well, why not? Because we usually go out at 3 or 4 in the morning. Now, that's a very common thing for hunters. That's a very common thing for fishermen, too, by the way. We're going to go out at 3 or 4 in the morning. 3 or 4 in the morning? That's an ungodly hour. Well, yeah, you want to sneak up on them and stuff. Well, as a hunter, I suppose you could do it at 3 or 4 in the morning. Are you sure the deer won't be there at 9 in the morning? Are you certain? What is it you're trying to learn how to do in the middle of the night in the dark? What are you trying to learn? If you're waltzing around out there with flashlights and whatnot, isn't that going to run your prey off? And yet you're out there training for that, and it's very common. I've heard about that my entire life. I've seen it my entire life. What are they really trying to learn in these boats and in the wee hours of the morning? And more importantly, who taught them? Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. You all have no idea. When I drive down through Tennessee, through the mountains, those of you who are truckers and whatnot, or those of you who actually driven that, going up Interstate 40 and some of the others, when you drive through the mountains, going up 84 and 64, when you drive through the mountains, and then you get to some of those places in the mountains and whatnot where you go to the edge of the road and there ain't nothing down there but nothing. Straight off a ledge. And you will see miles and miles of that. For those of you who spent your lives getting on airplanes, or you just stay inside the city, or you haven't done any real long distance traveling, by the way, this nation is filled with those. It's filled with them on the East Coast. It's filled with them on the West Coast. Going up through Oregon. I've told y'all about that. You got freeways to go round and round in circles coming down mountains and hills in Oregon and in Washington State. Look up Dead Man's Pass. By the way, I don't know. Did I ever post that? Did I ever post that picture? I'm going to have to go back and check and see if I ever posted that picture on Facebook. But when I was driving up through Oregon and Washington State, I want to say it was snowing, by the way. And it was snowing. And I went through, it's literally got a sign by the freeway, Dead Man's Pass. There is literally a freeway sign. If I got any truckers or anybody who comes up through Oregon going through to Seattle, that you've seen the Dead Man's Pass sign. It's a real sign. It's a real highway sign. It's a real freeway sign. And I was going in through the snow. So let me tell you, for a person who's not used to driving on snow either, that's a hell of a sign to pass. Hello, Dead Man's Pass. Oh yeah, and it was the evening. Not only was it snowing, it was snowing and it was the evening, so it was getting dark. So I'm already nervous. And then I see a sign that says Dead Man's Pass. And I'm like, whoa, is the universe trying to tell me something? And I won't even get into New Mexico, Colorado, Utah. I've been through Green River. Miles and miles. And when I say miles, I'm talking about hundreds of miles of nothing. West Texas. Texas is civilized for about 200 miles. The next 400, 500, 600 miles, there's nothing. When you get past Dallas, Texas, certainly when you get past Abilene, there is nothing. Nothing at all. It is wilderness. Especially when you get to West Texas, there is literally 6-8 hours of nothing. All the way through the Pecos, there's nothing. And the only thing I could think, looking out my windows whenever I drive through there, is, boy, do you know how many people you could bury out here and no one would ever find them? It would be impossible to find them. The wilderness, where the mesas are out there in West Texas, it just goes on and on and on. I'm not talking about for just 20 or 30 or 50 miles. It goes on for hundreds of miles in every direction. And Georgia, outside of Atlanta, you start noticing it's the same way. Tennessee, same way. Kentucky, same way. Virginia, same way. West Virginia, same way. Do you realize you been mess with someone now? You better not come back down here to Columbus. Do you realize how many places in this country that you could disappear in and nobody ever find you? So those threats are for real. When they said things like that back then, that was for real. Who are you going to go complain to if something happens? Who is your family going to go talk to? The sheriffs and them who are in on it? This is why we tell our children, don't y'all go off nowhere by yourselves. You all don't go off anywhere by... You are negligent as a black parent today if you allowing your children to go off somewhere by themselves with some of these folk. You are negligent as a parent. The old folks didn't let us do that. And the smart ones, they don't let us do that. Every time we turn around, there's some story. Happened here in Louisiana a few weeks ago. This dumbass done sat up here and ignored every damn body. White girl pushes his ass straight in the damn water. We was just playing. damn near drowned him. His parents knew what the hell was happening. He come back later, oh, it's my coworker. And he didn't learn a damn thing. He was like, look here, he's ready to die for some Becky. Family is like, okay, y'all can't keep him safe. Y'all can't keep him safe. That was a failure of teaching and upbringing. Call from America 317. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Biggie, Indianapolis.
Okay, Biggie in Indianapolis. What's on your mind?
3 things. First thing, document your history. Nobody else cares about it. You got to do it. Second thing, story. Had a cousin. She's down in Mississippi, Clinton, Mississippi. She died 96 and 99. I would record her asking questions. And one of the questions I asked was, how was it after the Civil War? And she would always start every conversation this way. She said, Diggy, white folks done black folks so wrong. And the story she shared, one of them she shared, Civil War over, slaves is free. There's one plantation. Guy says he's going to throw them all a picnic. They're out there, banjo playing, eating. She said like 50 white men come out of the woods, killed everybody. Killed everybody. Next one. She's talking about her aunt. Her aunt got sick. It was in the 20s. And they wanted to take her to the hospital. She kept complaining, don't take me to the hospital. They're going to kill me. Finally, she said her uncle took her to the hospital. She was dead the next day. That's the kind of life these folks were living. Document their stories. You got to know where you came from and what this world and this country is.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. And they still do that today, by the way. And they still do that today. You take your life in your hands if you go into a hospital in America here. The stories are still replete. We do not get the same health care everybody else does. Don't you understand? Everybody is taking a look, talking about the Ku Klux Klan took off their robes and put on judges' robes and became police officers. But guess what? A bunch of them became doctors and lawyers too. And they've passed that on. You walk into the damn hospitals, and by the way, there's a bunch of Klansmen who are doctors and lawyers too. There's a whole lot that can be done to you, or a whole lot that can be allowed to happen to you. There's a whole lot they can do, but then again, when it comes to medicine, we can kill you with what we do, and we can kill you with what we don't do. And you are in the belly of the beast. So don't just think those are old stories there. That's the way it still is now. If we can knock your ass off and nobody cares. That's why if your kinfolk are in nursing homes or whatever, y'all got to make sure y'all show up. If they were somebody else, for those of you who have done that, you got to make sure them folks know you on the job there, because they see an opportunity. How many times you see some so-called killer nurse and then you take a look at all the folks they killed? Then you take a look at all the folks they killed and it's like, I'll be damned. The nurse is always usually white. And then you go take a look at their victims. Take a look at where they cut their teeth at. Call America 440. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Peace. This is Ariana Ali, Jason Black. Much appreciated on the broadcast. And I'm gonna keep it brief, man. My family has a bittersweet relationship with the whole Juneteenth, and I'll explain what I mean. So I have an uncle that actually was murdered on Juneteenth. He was murdered on June 19th of 1998. So this was during my lifetime. I'm 35. I was actually born in 1988. So I was about 10 years old when this happened. And he was like 21. You know how we all grew up, like sometimes our grandparents raised us. So he was really like my big brother for real. But trying to make a long story short, he was actually killed by a group of race soldiers. I mean, I guess you could say a gang of white boys. You know what I'm saying? They ranged from 15 to I believe like 25, and it's over 10 of them, and it's my one uncle who for what it's worth, he was a conscious brother. You know what I'm saying? He was in the music, socially conscious, spiritual brother. He did music, he did art, and he actually explained to me in the 90s things like Juneteenth. Now at that particular time, I'm not even a teenager yet, so I'm hearing them, but I'm just looking at him like a big brother, like, you know what I'm saying, like for lack of better terms, like a role model. Like right under my father, it was Romanio. His name was Romanio Satchel. So, on this day when he was murdered, leading up to it, he had explained to me about Juneteenth, and he actually drew a picture of him dying on Juneteenth. And I would connect these dots later, like as a teenager in my early 20s. So, the guy that pulled the trigger, because like I said, it was a gang gun. We talking about over 10 white boys that jumped and brutalized them. They had pistols and pit bulls and everything on the west side of Cleveland. I'm from Cleveland, Ohio. So, the gunman, he actually came home from prison last year. You know what I'm saying? And if anything happens to him, I don't know what happened to him. You know how that go. Hey, man, how that goes. So, but everybody else that was involved in that, they didn't do really no time, like slaps on the wrist. And we talking about between 10 and 20, dudes that was involved in this. You know what I mean? So when that happened, that was my first experience with somebody that close to me being murdered. I grew up in a neighborhood where you heard about people getting killed. You knew people that got killed, but that was like not close to home. That was in my living room. Like, you know what I'm saying? He lived with my mother at the time. So, I would go and navigate and matriculate my way into young adulthood. You know what I mean? Now I do music. I'm a full-time dad. I done called in a few times before and explained to you how I'm raising my son full-time. And he hear, you as I'm listening to you. So, when he was born, I started doing nonprofit work in the community, anti-recidivist work, mentoring youth after school, trying to keep them from either becoming incarcerated or becoming repeat offenders. Focusing on health, wealth, knowledge of self, critical thinking, financial literacy, the tools that they don't get in school. And it's been very effective, you know what I mean? And when I hear the youth, I just know it's critical and it's imperative that they know our lineage and our history. So now I'm well more versed in things like Juneteenth, thanks to my own study and passion, and thanks to me being tapped in with brothers like you. I'm very informed, and I can form those younger than me, the progeny, if you will, coming after us, as to where we come from, what we've been through, and where we need to go. You know what I mean? And even in the year 2020, I remember dropping a project, because like I said, I do music too. I dropped a project called Afro America, this right after George Floyd, the timeline, you know what I'm saying? I know you chronologically sound, brother. So the year after that, the Juneteenth in 2021, it was made a national holiday under this Biden administration. So we know how that goes. But I'm just glad that, because like I said,
well, I mean, we don't really need that, though. There was my whole thing about that, is that with Biden and them, I mean, in reality, this was inevitable. We didn't need them to co-sign anything. The only reason they did that is because the train had already left the station. This wasn't something they had to kickstart. It would be different if they were informing all of us about Juneteenth. They weren't informing America about nothing. We were already doing that, so it didn't cost them anything to acknowledge a train that had already left the station. But it's even bigger than that. I want to talk about that. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. I want y'all to understand now, you really start seeing all this start to happen back in the 90s. Those of us who were coming of age back in the 90s, we were talking about Malcolm X. Then we were talking about the Panthers. We were digging back through the crates. We started talking about Marcus Garvey, Carter G. Woodson. We were digging back through the crates in the 90s. Then we started taking a look at the Black Wall Streets. Now, remember, by the 90s, people were only really talking about one. They were talking about the Black Wall Street. They were talking about Tulsa. Tom Joyner Morning Show, to be totally honest, I'll give credit where credit is due. They gave a lot of attention to that. They raised the profile of that at the time. So I'll give Tom Joyner credit where credit is due. At that time, they were talking about Tulsa. And that was when everybody started talking about, by the way, the Gap Band, who up until that point for the previous decade and a half, everybody was talking about You Dropped the Bomb on Me. That was just a dance song. People weren't really talking about the GAP and Gap Band in its real context. Now, Charlie Wilson and his brothers and whatnot, they knew what it was. But in reality, that wasn't really what was being promoted. Folks were talking about it was a dance song, it was this, that, and the other. So the civil rights generation didn't pick it up. Even though that's what Charlie Wilson and them had handed them, the civil rights generation didn't pick that up. That wasn't what they handed to us. You Dropped the Bomb on Me and Early in the Morning, those are just dance songs. So it's not until we get to the 90s that we would start digging through that, and then it comes down and they start talking about the Gap Band and Greenwood, Archer, and Pine. They start talking about that. It's like, wait a minute, y'all didn't say none of this before. Y'all didn't say any of this before. Why not? Well, Jason, why didn't Charlie Wilson and them make a bigger issue of it? Because they were speaking in code. They were speaking in code, and code is essential. When you have to sit up here and spell out every damn thing to everybody, then everybody knows what the hell's going on. No wonder it's so easy to knock you down. I'll be damned. You got a top 10 song, and everybody got to be told what it is. This man is reminding you. And remember, the 1920s would have been far closer. That was only like 50-something years after, when by the time we get to the 70s. So remember, they were much closer to the events of Tulsa than you and I are today. So if he had a father or grandfather, they would have been able to give him a first-hand account. They would have had a first-hand account of what was happening. So by the time we get to the 90s, 20 years later, we didn't have context. But we went digging and then stumbled upon that. Now we got some context. Then we went digging even more. Now you've seen it blossom and bloom. That's when you get Spike Lee talking about, by the way, what about Rosewood? That blew the doors off of things, because now it's like, wait a minute, there wasn't just one Black Wall Street. There were many. Then you keep going, and that's how you end up at Oscarville and Lake Lanier and all these other places. That's in Bruce's Beach. That's how you end up there. All these things that had been buried, and it wasn't accidental. When they turned Bruce's Beach into a park, that's meant to say this will never be known. We are covering this up with government action, and it will never be known. That's why it is so essential that we are discussing those things, and we got to be able to talk in code with us knowing what the hell we talking about. But we have a lot that we've uncovered since then, a lot. And this got kicked off in the 90s when we really started digging through these things and looking. Is once we get there, that's when you see this explosion of knowledge happening and this explosion of realization happening. And now with the internet, now everybody is being given a new story and being told about a new place. And then you find out, I'll be damned. We were all over the place and nobody talks about it that way. Then when you get into things like Seneca Village, it's like, I'll be damned. They paved over it, the private sector, the public sector, the freeways. They have tried to demolish as many places that we've done as they could and then come back and tell you it never existed. It existed just fine until you drop this damn airport on top of it. Caller area code 804, you're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Ben, Ashland, Virginia.
Okay, did you say Trent and Ashton?
Ben, Ashland, Virginia.
All right, Ben and Ashland, what's on your mind?
Yeah, just to add to your point, it was just very interesting. You talked about the late 80s, early 90s. You know, a lot of those scholarly movements were pretty much grassroots. A lot of those lectures were made in Harlem and other places and in black colleges. And some of the typically white universities held some of those lectures. You know, at that time, you would see Sister Soldier, who was on the circuit. You had Dr. Clark that would travel through the South, from Harlem. Dr. Ben that would do a little traveling, and Ivan Van Sertima and Tony Martin. A lot of good black scholarship going on that day, and lectures going on around that time. And it was a different time. And when you talk about digging into the crates, those scholars helped us to dig into those crates.
Well, I mean, it was important because remember, you didn't have television back then.
Of blackness.
You didn't have television back when you're talking about radio and when you're talking about the bombing of Tulsa. That was an invisible event. It wasn't like there was a national uprising about it. That was back in the 1920s. So essentially, this is before you had radio back then, but it wasn't like that was being broadcast nationally. You didn't have television back then. So it wasn't like that was something that was being broadcast to black folk everywhere. That was a Tulsa story. That was something that was isolated there, as so many other events were. So if a president didn't die, you probably didn't hear about it if it happened outside of your state. So that was why all these stories have been able to be allowed to be buried for so long. So you'd have a scholar here and a scholar there, but to be able to put it in its national context, to say, hey, by the way, there's Tulsa and Rosewood and Wilmington, all these things before you had television and broadcasting to let everybody know nationally. Before then, remember, these things were invisible. So the real advent of the Dr. John Henry Clarks and the Dr. Ben Yakinons and the Chancellor Williams is finally these guys went to work and got all these things together, Dr. Francis Chris Welsing, and got all these things together. And then they want to tell you that it's pseudoscience or Afrocentrism. No, this is forbidden knowledge. Because take a look at how it lit a fire under all of us once we heard those stories about what they did to those places. I'll let you have the last word.
Oh, absolutely. And they had to have a counter scholar in the Henry Louis Gates and those other individuals. Those that would cut us off will kind of pigeonhole us to West Africa and cut us off from any native black American roots whatsoever. I think it's pretty much a shame what he was doing out there with his so-called genetic testing, whereas people that for generations known that they had native ancestry, knew they had places within those particular native ethnic groups. He steered them in a different direction with genetic testing that we know is just a generalization.
That's not the real crime of Henry Louis Gates, though. I mean, certainly that's an issue. The real crime of Henry Louis Gates is that Henry Louis Gates is a thorough researcher and he's a thorough documentarian. But he then, at the end of giving you all this information, he gives it to you, but then specifically instructs you not to look at your history through the lens of white supremacy. And in the context of white supremacy, so you see all this brutalization and all these evil things that have happened across centuries without being put in the context of white supremacy when he does it. So you wind up putting us back where we were, where this is an isolated incident over here and an isolated incident over there and an isolated plantation back there somewhere, as opposed to this is America and this is what happens in a system of white supremacy. And what we're doing is what the Jews did in Nazi Germany and documenting what they have done to us so that something can be done about this wicked system. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. The reason why Jewish society was so obsessive about documenting everything about the Jewish Holocaust that they could was because you saw what they did first. First, they got the documentation. They got the proof. They got the evidence. They got the witnesses. They got the testimony. They got all the hard copy that they possibly could. Then they started lining people up and sending them to the gallows. We just want to make sure we got the right one. No, we don't really want to execute the wrong one. We want to make sure we documented all the information, got all the names, all the data, so that you got all the data. Okay, we're all going home. Wait, Mr. Eichmann, before you leave. Wait, Mr. Ehrlichman, before you go. Wait a minute, Mr. Gehring, we need one more thing before you leave out. Wait a minute, Hans. Before you jump back in the car right quick, I need you to come back over here. Yeah. I got a new necktie for you here. Can you put your head in this rope right quick? Yeah. Oh, let me get this around your neck right here. Yeah, make sure this fits nice and snug. On account of the fact that we went back and researched and all that, we wanted to check all the documentation. Yeah, you burned a bunch of papers. You didn't burn enough. Yeah, you was in there burning a whole bunch of papers, but you didn't burn enough of them. See, that was what they did with their history, because that is what you are supposed to do with history. You are not simply supposed to observe it. You are supposed to learn from it, and learn from it means you do something with it. That's what you're here to learn. And when Skip Gates does not put our experience in the context of white supremacy, just gives you a bunch of random anecdotes and it's like, oh, this happened to you over here, and oh, isn't this really weird? This happened, same thing happened to these folk over there. And you're talking about slavery, but you're not. You are deliberately evading putting it in the context of white supremacy. And don't you all know what the reason for that is? Ron DeSantis in Florida told you what it was for. We're not going to teach these damn history books like this anymore because it's teaching your children to hate white people. Now, sir, what is it about history that you are afraid teaches people to hate white people? Are you afraid that they will hate white people, or are you afraid that even white children will not be able to look at what you've done and stand by it, and that they will not hate white people, they will hate white supremacy? And so a mediocre lame brain like Ron DeSantis, who should be cleaning toilets where the Miami Dolphins play football, he can have a career in politics. That failed teacher, who allegedly some folks say he was putting his hands on the little white girls. But anyway, yes, a mediocre oaf like him, he, without a system of white privilege, what the hell would he be doing today? He'd be scraping bubble gum off the bottom of the bleachers for the Jacksonville Jaguars. That's what he'd be doing today if he didn't have a system of white supremacy to prop him up. You damn right, he's holding on for dear life. He knows full damn well there wouldn't be anything for him. So he has a vested interest in, by hook or by crook, indoctrinating you into this system here and hiding what has happened, because he knows without a system of white privilege, he wouldn't just be a man without a past, he'd be a man without a future. And Donald Trump, George H.W. Bush, and the rest of them, by the way, would be right there with him. These are not geniuses or a brain trust. Neither is Elon Musk. They are painfully aware of their need to have a system of privilege. And everything is about preventing you from getting in the way of that. Call from area code 270. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from? Call from area code 270. You're on live.
10 seconds.
Okay, call from area code 270 has been abducted. Call from area code 469. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Thomas calling from Dallas, Texas.
All right, Thomas from Dallas, what's on your mind?
I mean, everything you're saying tonight is correct. I mean, even like with Skip Gates, he didn't want to talk about white supremacy. They showed up at his house and put their foot in his behind. And you have people like that who try to deny white supremacy and end up kicking them. Even some of the Jews tried to help Hitler in it, and they turned on him. They got put in the oven too. So yeah, we got people out here like that, and they find out the hard way. And what I didn't like about what they did, what the government did with Juneteenth is that we was already celebrating Juneteenth. Ever since I was little, we had already been celebrating. We made it a holiday ourselves, and I think it was disrespectful for the federal government to try to take it over, because that takes the power away from Foundation of Black Americans to tell our own story. And that was one of the reasons I think they wanted to try to act like, well, we gave you a holiday. No, we had already been celebrating.
That wasn't the real reason. The real reason was because we've taken our own narrative. That was a direct response to reparations. That was a direct response to something that is so ingrained in our history and lineage, something that's so controversial. They are acknowledging this reparations thing is got a head full of steam, and it's not slowing down. So let's see if they will take a symbolic gesture. And that was what the whole thing here was for, is to see if we would accept a symbolic gesture. Because understand something, we were telling them we want reparations, and here they jump out of nowhere with something we weren't even asking for. Now there's the real thing. Get that part. Remember that in that context. We weren't asking for Juneteenth to be recognized by the government. That wasn't what we said. Nigga, we said reparations. You heard us the first time. So everything is that, well, they're doing this because what they are acknowledging is they hear us, and more importantly, they recognize this is not going to go away. We're not just having a crazy summer like Woodstock or something where reparations and then we all leave the next year and go back to talking about something else. Hell, they're recognizing that we haven't left the streets since Trayvon Martin. This is a new day. This is a whole new thing. So if you want to know what the stalling for time is, they're going to try to stall for the next 4 or 5 decades. I mean that. They're going to try to hold out for the next 4 or 5 decades because they realize, damn, this is the issue and it's not going away. They've been on our asses since Trayvon Martin. It's been over a decade now. This isn't going anywhere. Let me tell you one more thing. They say that nothing dies on the internet. The internet's forever. Trayvon Martin's all over the internet. George Zimmerman and all the folks who supported him are all over the internet. Darren Wilson and the folks who supported him is all over the internet. Anybody can look it up. It's all over the internet, always accessible, never fading. Thank you, Metal Gear Solid. Always accessible. Anybody can find it at any time. At any time, they can go look it up, and they can be right in the middle of all the information that they need. And what that means is that this is never going to go away. As long as someone wants to find out about George Zimmerman, they can. As long as someone wants to find out about Eric Garner, they can. And as long as they want to find out what Barack Obama did or didn't do, they can. Which means this is never going away. Now, how do you handle this landscape where these people who are so problematic for the last century and a half, now they've got ever-present, never-vanishing information that will always be at their fingertips and on the tips of their tongues? Now what? Throw them a bone.
Exactly.
Try to throw them another one. See if you can throw them another one. See if they'll stop. See if they'll go home. Hold out on them. Bring in as many immigrants as you can. Flood the zone. All hands on deck. This is a nightmare scenario come to life. A discontent portion of the population with the only legitimate grievance were more motivated than ever, more mobilized than ever, and more effective than ever. Here, see if they'll take the feds recognizing the holiday. And by the way, I prefer for them not to get involved in that because you can see what they're doing.
That's right.
The 50 years of hip hop. Here comes Kamala Harris, a woman who wants you to believe she was listening to Tupac. The only foray she went into hip hop was a complete embarrassment. She lied and vomited all over herself. But okay. Understand something. Rap music was at its strongest when we controlled it and it was underground. Rap music was at its most potent when we were in charge and it was underground. Rap music lost its power when the corporations and the white government got involved. It was at its strongest when we had a code, when it was tightly contained, when you don't talk about Fight Club, when it was confined to the underground, when it was spread, you could only be a true believer in the faith. That was when we were at our absolute strongest with it. And if they're stepping in, they're not stepping in to make Juneteenth stronger. They're stepping in to say, okay, how do we stamp this out and turn it into just another day? I'll let you have the last word.
Yeah, white supremacy is always going to be on the march. Like what you said, both my parents was born in Cattle Parish, Louisiana, Shreveport, and they told us the stories about the sundown town. But what people don't realize, those towns are still out there. And they told us don't stop in those towns, even if your life depended on it. It's still to today, we know black people who live in the South, we know where to go and not to go. So that's always been engraved in us to where we protect our own, and we tell our children, hey, don't stop in these small towns because you know what's going to happen. So, yeah, keep your head on the swivel and keep it moving. I don't care if you're on the east. You better make sure you go over to the next town, a bigger town, because it's still going down. And black people, be safe. Be one.
Be one, brother. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 310. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, is this Jason Black?
Okay, turn off your speakers. What is your name? Where you calling from?
Okay, yes, sir. I'm calling from my car. Is that better, sir?
Okay, what is your name? Where you calling from?
My name is Dana. Right now I'm at Lamert Park in Crenshaw, California.
All right, Dana, Lamert.
I'm originally from Denver, but I live in California.
I've driven by Lamert a few times, by the way. Lamert, Tragnew. I've driven by a few of them out there. All right, and it's been coming up Crenshaw, as a matter of fact, by the little shopping mall. They're tearing up the street out there and whatnot the last time I was there after Nipsey Hussle was killed. All right, what's on your mind, sister?
Okay, so I'm very upset, okay, at this year's ceremony. Thank you to the brother that just said what he did about, and to you, sir. I've been celebrating Black History. I've been celebrating Juneteenth since I was 7, okay? In a year and a half, I'm going to be 50. This that they're doing now is disrespectful. It's commercialized, okay? It's what can we sell you? Taking a day off, giving your friends and family members a day off, paid leave or whatever it is all we got with them federalizing this holiday, if that's what you want to call it. It's not a celebration that you lied and had us still enslaved, even though on paper we were supposed to be free and all of that. But I'm getting a little bit upset, but there was something I really wanted to say to you specifically, okay?
Well, before you go any further there, I mean, it had a whole lot more integrity without the government involved and whatnot, because it would be better for us to have Juneteenth and we're at work, because then at least it would remind us of what we're still fighting against. Giving you a day off actually kind of clears your mind of, it's like, okay, you ain't got to struggle today, go home. It'd be better for us to all be at work discussing Juneteenth and be sitting at home trying to barbecue for it.
I agree, sir. I absolutely agree. I'm creeping my way and trying to cram and squeeze to get this car over here near actually where Maxine Waters lives. When I was out here for the Reparations Task Force meeting that they had at, I don't know if that's UCLA, USC, one of those. I was at one of those meetings, and it was just a fiasco. It was just a fiasco. So my hopes and prayers, do you want to get out? Because I'm going to real close to this wall. So my hopes and prayers are that, we do get our money as soon as possible. Because earlier when you said it might take about 10 years or 5 or 10 years, I don't know if this generation with pink hair, I can see if you're unwashed and your vagina through them shorts with your tank top shirt and your nipples. Just take the rest of your clothes off, you're naked. Like our kids, our youth, the girls are naked, and so are the boys, really, because their pants are hanging down so low. And I'm not waggling my finger at anything or anybody that you want to do. That's fine. But money only magnifies who you already are. And if we have to ask them to give it to us, and this is how we're acting already,
How old are you, sister?
We're not asking. We're taking them to give it to us, right? I don't know.
Let me find out here, sister. How old are you?
I was born October 7th, 1975.
Okay.
I will be 50 in a year and a couple of months.
Okay, well, congratulations there. We're glad to hear that. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. She is dropping off somebody at Uber. She is doing her Uber here tonight, so I'm going to let her go ahead and get to that. Okay. Definitely, let's hear it for Crenshaw. We were doing better when you didn't have the federal government in on it. We're doing better when it's something that we control. There's something that we have to get used to. Black folk have to get used to being in power and in control and setting standards. Now, here's the next part: setting standards and enforcing them. See, you've let folks sit up here and bully us into having the idea that black people can have complaints but cannot have standards. See, I come from a place here, we talk about the marching bands. When you talk about Grambling and whatnot, internationally known, you want to talk about standards. You want to talk about what built Motown and what built black music. The black church had standards. You had to know how to play an instrument. You had to know how to sing. Wasn't no mumble mouth, anything. You couldn't have somebody's drug-addicted, drug-addled nephew coming up through here. My girl. He couldn't have made it. When you have a people and they have standards, that's what it is. And we are at our strongest when we set the standards for it. So what I'm telling y'all, I'm going to say this tonight, if you're going to have a Juneteenth, you got to run that thing like a clique. You got to run that thing like a street gang. You got to have command, control, discipline. Everybody can't get in. You don't get to false flag. If you're going to keep its value and keep control of it and keep the integrity of it, you got to know who goes there, who's repping them colors, who's flying that flag. She talking about Crenshaw. You don't get to go down Crenshaw with a red rag and don't nobody know who you are. You don't get to do that. It's on site. You got a red flag and nobody knows who you is. It's like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, who is this? Hey, blood, who are you? Whose man is this? You can't come through Tragnew Park with a blue rag and don't nobody know who you are? Who are you? You can't just sit up here and fly the colors and ain't nobody checking to see, hey, who is this? Hold on a second. Let me check the paperwork right quick. What's the documentation? Who is this? And you all have been letting people sit up here and tell you that you can't do that. Hell no, you're not in power until you do. We are not going to be empowered until we say this is the standard and these are the folks who are not in. That means it needs to be clamped down on. Yes, we are the gatekeepers. Yes, folks got to be kicked out. That's how you keep its integrity. You and me don't get to go up to New York and call no shots for Carnival now, do we? We don't get to do that. They'll be the first ones to say, hey, wait a minute, ain't you from Louisiana? They'll be the first ones to say that. You from Louisiana, what is you doing? What I'm saying is that that's not diluting it, that's making it stronger. This is ours, and we should not allow anybody, including a federal government, to snatch that from us. This is our history, this is our lineage, this is our heritage, and all the pride and benefits thereof, that belongs to us. You don't get to spend 400 years attempting to annihilate us, and then we survive it, and all of a sudden you gonna come up here and tell us we what? We what? Even as they currently proceed to erase us still, by the way. No, this belongs to us. This belongs to us. This belongs to our children and our children's children for eternity. This belongs to us. And as time goes on, we are going to protect it even more. And these are not the only ones. People, I want you to understand something here. Let me put this in its proper context. No matter how you might feel, and yes, I understand there's some folks out there doing certain things, but that needs to motivate you even more. If you do not like all these carpetbaggers attempting to co-opt what belongs to us, then you supposed to be out there 10 toes down, even harder in the paint. They supposed to be run up off the block, and you're supposed to set up shop on your own. You have a Black History Museum in Los Angeles now, but that ain't supposed to be the only one. Negroes we have to get to a point here where I understand we're in a state of war, and if you do not like what's happening with these people in these places, that's supposed to be your impetus and your motivation to do something about that, and do something about that does not involve complaining about them. Them folks gonna be there. Have you taken over the conversation? Have you taken over the conversation? That's why I'm reminding you all. I'm reminding you all about places like Wilmington. I'm reminding you about places like Rosewood. I'm reminding you about places like Tulsa. I'm reminding you about that. There's unfinished business, you know? You do understand there's unfinished business there, right? We got work to do. Take a look at how they're taking those places, and folks talking about gentrifying. They ain't just gentrifying, they're building. We got work to do there, don't we? We got work to do. You and your children and your children's children here, we got work to do. Complaining about these other folks and what they doing and what they got going on and what they set up and whatnot. It's like, okay, where's ours? Who in your family knows how to set up a loudspeaker? Let me just, folks, we talking about rap music 50 years later. How many of you actually know how to set up a loudspeaker? 40, 50 years after the brothers was doing it in the Bronx. How many of you are ready to do that? How many of you are ready to set up a rally where you are? Something as simple as that. We going down in the park. We setting up a PA, an amplifier, a loud system. How many of y'all know how to do that now? Something as simple as that. Folks, how hard is it to set up a damn tent? The year 2024, and I got Negroes talking about setting up a tent like it's putting a space shuttle into orbit? What? How many of you know how to do that? How many folk here know how to do that? How many folk here know how to set up something like that? And then you gate that off. Think about that one thing by itself. You do that by itself and it's on. People, a concert is nothing but a stage and some speakers with a microphone that doesn't have feedback. You're supposed to have learned that with the folks who control the mixer at your church. While complaining about other people and whatnot, how hard is that? You got sound galleries and sound places all over this country here. Who's made it their job? Back then they had to go stuff. I mean, y'all, I had Alonzo Williams on here a couple of months ago. They were the DJs in Los Angeles doing the damn thing. What are you talking about? And they didn't have vehicles as big and spacious and nice as we got right now. You have more ability today than Alonzo did back then. What the hell? An old pickup truck and a trailer? And you should be able to take everything you need with you to get set up somewhere all over this country. And then you say this is the real Juneteenth rally. This is the genuine Juneteenth rally. This is the FBA Juneteenth rally, the Freedmen's Juneteenth rally, the Descendants Juneteenth rally. What are you talking about, man? What I'm saying is, hey, okay, I complain about these other folks here. What's the solution? I just told you what the solution is. You got parks everywhere in damn me America. And here's the other thing right here. You need to have some pride and some faith in where you are. That if you setting up this function, this gonna be the place to be. That's another issue that we have. We don't consider it to be worth doing or official unless a white person or a black celebrity is showing up. And to an extent, you got to get that out your damn system. What I'm saying is that every single black person needs to learn how to be a promoter. Every black person needs to learn how to be a promoter so that you don't feel deficient or inferior when you see other people able to promote their events. And then you don't ask for it, damn it. Power is not given, power is taken. You need to sit down and start brainstorming and say, okay, we're going to set this up over here. I ain't looking at Jason Black and this. We're going to set this up over here. We're going to get some pennies together. Let's get some money together so we can get at least one person we know of here. Somebody needs to know how to set up a speaker system here so we can get that popping. We're going to go by the church or whatever else. We're going to hand out the flyers at the church or everything else. And this is going to be the place to be. This is going to be the place to be. We sit up here and complain about these other folks, but what I'm saying is all that damn complaining about other people being able to pull off a function. It's not helping you. See, what I'm talking about is the old folks we talking about here tonight. They had to use their ingenuity to get these things together. They didn't have all the right tools. Everything that we've done, from mechanical engineering to the food we cook, we weren't given all the best stuff to deal with. We weren't given the best equipment. We weren't given the best ingredients, but we took what we had and we started saying, okay, what can I do with what I got? And we created Southern cuisine. So I'm like, okay, folks, there's really no excuse for this kind of stuff right here. There really, really isn't. There is some old band somewhere, some old performer somewhere. The real thing is, if you don't take it seriously, these other folks are taking it seriously. They take colonizing us seriously. They take carpet bagging on us seriously. This is the haven of intelligent black thought. Let me go ahead and explain to you all how this happens here. Black, when you're talking about us from our lineage, that's a luxury item. There's where the damn problem comes in. That needs to be a luxury item. Let me go even further with it right now. I'm going to say something that you all have never heard anywhere else before. This is the first time you're ever going to hear it right here tonight. But let me go ahead and just etch this in stone. People, you can't use the words Tennessee whiskey. Did you know that? Did you know that? I want y'all to know that. You can't use the words Tennessee whiskey. You can't do that. And not just because of Jack Daniels. The state of Tennessee is in on that. You can't use the words Tennessee whiskey. You can't do that. I'm not just talking about Jack Daniels. Notice that Jason is making that distinction there. You can't use the words Tennessee whiskey. I did a program about this years ago. How many of y'all remember that? I already did this program. I did this program years ago. You can't sit up here and say Tennessee whiskey. You can't do that. The state of Tennessee gonna get in touch with you. You can't do that. Absolutely not. The state of Tennessee is in on that. Not just Jack Daniels. The state is in on that. You can't say Tabasco sauce. You can say hot sauce. You can't say Tabasco sauce. You can't say that. A lot of you think, I can't? Nope. And I know from Louisiana, that company's had to sue folks a whole bunch of times. But by the way, they're going to come holler at you. You can't do that. Now, let me go even further. Now, as you all know, I'm a connoisseur of certain things. I love chocolate and I love cheese. You can't use the words Parmigiano Reggiano. Now, most of you did not know that. You can't use that word. You can't use that phrase. All you all can use is Parmesan cheese. So when you go to the store, you see Parmesan cheese. And you can use Parmesan and Parmesan cheese. You can't use the words Parmigiano Reggiano. Now you can't use that one. Well, Jason, what's the difference? Because the only authentic Italians will tell you this all damn day, by the way. Anybody who's Italian will check you on this part all day. Most people don't even know about this, but your Italian friends will check you all day about what's real Parmesan cheese, and most of them will be vague because they're trying to hold on to it. But in reality, you don't have authentic Parmesan cheese until you've had Parmigiano Reggiano. But there's only a certain place in Italy that makes it. And it is protected by international statute. They even come with these little barcodes. It has to have a certificate of authenticity if it came from that place in Italy. Don't believe Jason Black. I'm not even going to name the specific place. You can go look it up for yourselves. If Jason is lying, then you should be able to Google it and show Jason is full of garbage, and that's not true, Jason. You can get Parmigiano. Anybody can call it Parmigiano Reggiano anywhere. I'm not even talking about the powdered Parmesan cheese. I'm talking about even if you get the Parmesan cheese that's aged. If it wasn't made in a specific place in Italy, that's not Parmigiano Reggiano. You just Parmesan cheese. And that's all you are. And it is protected. They age it for 10 months, 24 months, 36 months. And it is protected. Every one of those things that gets made, and it takes a long time to make it, every one of those is made, every wedge, they got little, some of them have those little computer barcodes on them that track where it came from in order to authenticate it. But you can't, I don't give a damn how long you've been making cheese or how well you make it. You cannot label it Parmigiano Reggiano, nor can you label your whiskey Tennessee whiskey. You can't do that. You can't do that. Not at all. Not at all. So that's what I'm teaching you here. That's what I'm teaching you. You can't use those things. And what I'm saying is, as for us, that needs to be the same thing. Our heritage, our lineage, everybody else is taking a look at theirs as a luxury product. And I'm showing you where these things are protected. These things are protected, man. Yeah, like authentic Wagyu. Yeah, that Wagyu beef. Folks, I'm showing you that, by the way, there's specific things that happens for. There's specific things that happens for. Why are we not doing the same thing? Why are we not? Our heritage is supposed to be a luxury product. Let me go even further, because a lot of you you've downplayed the value of it, and you've diminished the value of it. We're supposed to be safeguarding our lineage like the samurai do. We're supposed to be safeguarding our lineage the way the samurai do. If you can draw your lineage directly back to the slave fields in America, back to the soil, that's supposed to have value. You would get all geeked out if you sat up here and saw them, somebody talking about they're from a samurai lineage. You'd be all geeked out if you saw that. And yet, take a look at your own. Take a look at your own. That's supposed to be a luxury product. That's supposed to be a luxury product. You're supposed to be guarding that. When you talk about the descendants of the samurai, it's like, wait a minute, I'm the descendants of the foundation. I'm the descendants of the freedmen here. We're the authentic. Everything America's got. That's why you want to learn your family history and learn the family tree so that you've authenticated yourself. These other folk do that because they see value in their bloodline and value in where they come from and value in what they've done. We're supposed to be seeing the same thing. Sitting up here trying to figure out how you can get interracial sexual access, that's not getting you no value. When you see value in what you are and whatnot, you're supposed to be able to show that for your damn self. Then when you hold your rallies, understand something. The Asians can't horn in on that. The Asians can't horn in on that. Do you understand that? You sitting up here talking about all these immigrant groups, they can't horn in on that. When you say this, no, we're the authentic. We're the authentic. That's having value. So then, hopefully you start digging a little bit more. So when you start talking about what we built and what we made, do you have folk in your family who can play an actual instrument? Folk in your family who can actually sing? Folk in your family who can actually cook? Now, all of a sudden, you have transcended we just some Negroes in America to this is authentic cuisine. You can only get this from us. Them Asians down the street, you ain't getting the damn real. If you didn't get it from us, it's not authentic. If you didn't get it from us, it ain't even a knockoff. If you didn't get it from us, it's just a fraud. Latinos are big about that when it comes to Mexican food. I'm from Louisiana, and they've been sitting up here culture garden their and gatekeeping their cuisine forever. Mexicans, y'all know it in California and Texas, Mexicans will be damn quick to tell you, man, Americans don't have Mexican food. They will be quick to tell you that. For those of you who live in places with authentic Mexicans, they will be, y'all know they quick to check you and say that y'all Americans don't have authentic American food, Mexican food. You ain't got it. They quick to stop you and say, no, that's not authentic Mexican food. For example, let me tell you about chili. You think you got chili, they'll be quick to tell you, you got some Tex-Mex amalgamation concoction. Y'all ain't got real Mexican chili. You know why? Because you didn't put chocolate in yours. Some of y'all right now saying, Jason, wait a minute, you mean cultural chocolate, right? No, I mean literal. How many of y'all have been to Mexico and got authentic Mexican chili and saw the folks back there putting the chocolate in it? There's a bunch of y'all right now that I'm blowing some minds. Folks claim they've been places, claim they've seen things. And by the way, they didn't tell you that part right there. How many of you have been to Mexico, had authentic Mexican chili, and saw them putting the chocolate in it? Oh, okay. All right. Nobody did that? Okay. I'm in California. I'm in Cozumel. All right. Yeah, you find out real damn quick about that. You find out real quick about the folks who claim they get around and claim they've seen things. You find out real damn quick about what they were really doing. You went to the damn resort and you played around at the pool. That's all you did. You did not sit there and watch what the hell was actually going on and soak up the culture and see what the damn thing is. But by the way, even here in America, the ones who let the cat out of the bag will let you know, by the way, we make it different down there in Mexico. We don't do this Tex-Mex thing, you all, where it's super heavy on the chili powder. We don't really do that. That's not the way we do it. Amazing. Keep going. Keep going. You'll learn. Totally different formulation. And what I'm saying is they gatekeep that. They gatekeep that, man. So what I'm saying is that these other folks see the value of that. What they cook, what they made. And what I'm saying is, okay, I don't give a damn if it's 50 different folk out there at the park. The authentic people supposed to be on deck, but you can't be authentic if you ain't got a name for it. If you value the culture, you're supposed to dig into it and make sure you've got it all perfected. Let me say something to y'all right now. We got a whole bunch of little old black ladies running around here. I said it. Some of them still know how to cook. Hey, you supposed to be on top of that, man. There's some of y'all still got some elders in your family. Them old ladies know how to throw down. You supposed to be on top of that. You're supposed to be on top of that. The males and the females. Louisiana is internationally known for doing that, but I'm like, hey, a bunch of the rest of y'all is slipping on that. I know we kind of run the yard, but for the rest of y'all, look here, man. That's if that's your heritage. I got folks in Chicago who came from Louisiana. You got a bunch of folks in California came from Louisiana. Okay, when y'all setting up, are you giving the full damn palette of what we do? Or are you sitting up here watching other folks who got more hustle? Well, look, the Asians are making knockoffs of this, that, and the other. They got more hustle to it. But Jason, how do you protect that? These are authentic. The other thing is it needs to be a culture. The other thing is it needs to be the culture. We are not doing it. We gotta have a little brainstorming here tonight, y'all. I was getting ready to go ahead and end things, but we need to do a little bit of brainstorming so I can set these damn excuses to bed from somebody who's been there and done that. Now, let me set these excuses to bed for you here. What's the name of the most famous food critic on YouTube, people? Is it Gordon Ramsay? Is it the Michelin people? Who is the most famous, the most well-known food critic on YouTube, people? And basically on the internet? There you go. Keith Lee. Keith Lee. That young man is making headlines every damn where. By the way, how old is he? How old is he? He's making headlines everywhere, and how old is he? He's not old as hell. He's not ancient. What I'm saying is that's something that's happening right now in real time. Here it is. Current generation. Do you value it? Do you value it? Didn't take him decades to get there. He just needed to be serious about it. Do you value it? Because Keith isn't the only one. By the way. And what I'm saying is, do you see the value of that? Do you see the value of that? What I'm saying is that's what happens when you got value. When you take a look at what you have and you value that. I don't give a damn who else is in town. If he ain't signed off on it, you ain't legit. If he ain't signed off on it, you're not legit. But that's what happens when you actually value it. That's what happens when you actually value it. And what I'm saying is, what's stopping you? What's stopping you? You sitting here looking at them and whatnot, and you complain about these other people. I'm like, okay, if it's authentic and you put in, you sprinkle down for that, folks are not preparing for it, and then they complain about what these other people do. We're supposed to be way past that by now. You're supposed to be way past that. When we value what we have, tell me how these other folks gonna hone in on that. People, let me just say this to you straight and foremost with no chaser. It's your culture if you can hold it. It is your culture if you can hold it. This is our heritage if we can hold it. Other folks, we have the biggest, most valuable piece of intellectual real estate there is. We built the damn thing. You damn right. Everybody and their mama coming for us. You damn right. Everybody trying to get at us. That's what it's going to be. You have the most valuable piece of real estate there is. You damn right they coming for your neck. You damn right they coming to rip it off. And if they can convince folk that they got equity in it, here they come. Here they come. We talk about the turkey leg hut. We went over that story. It starts with a food truck and promoting the fella who started the turkey leg hut. Y'all heard what the brother said? He knew how to promote things. He knew how to promote things, and then the white dudes were like, okay, can you put some gravel down or whatever? And they had their little rodeos. He's like, yeah, we know how to do that. And they brought the food for that, and the folks love the food so much, like, hey, you might be on to something. He put down some gravel and stuff for their little rodeo, and and then he brought the food extra. Y'all might be on to something with this food. This is great. Next thing you know, they kept going with it. If you value it, that's where it goes. But you gonna have to do that. Everybody in here, you complain about the music on the radio. I'm like, okay, you can do something about that too. This belongs to us. People, understand something. A lot of you here, and I know we don't have some of the advantages that we used to have because they've taken music out of the public schools, thanks to the Republicans. They've taken the music out of the public schools, so people don't have as much ready access to musical training as they used to. But folks, come on now. These are things that belong to us. You got black folk who can sit down and play authentic music. I'm talking about with a real instrument. That's valuable. Being able to play an instrument will always be valuable. Always. That takes talent. That takes ability. People just seeing you do it. That takes talent and ability. That has value. That's a luxury item. A person who can authentically play an instrument, that's a luxury item. You combine all that together. You want to sit there, just something as simple as playing the guitar, man. You talking about the blues? Okay, you talking about Juneteenth? Take them all the way back. Just something as simple as just playing. I showed y'all that years ago when I was in Los Angeles filming for Race War. And the fella was down there at the corner of 7th and Wilshire, right there across the street from the 7-Eleven downtown. Next block down from the Denny's, right there at the corner of 7-Eleven. There he was with his guitar, and he had like a little amplifier on it. He just had a guitar and a little amplifier. That was it. Saturday night, downtown Los Angeles, right there on the street corner. Something that basic. What are you talking about? And this dude, I think he was homeless, but anyway, I got it on video. Had it for years and years. I've been there. I've done that. I've seen it. I'm like, by the way, that does not take millions of dollars. I don't think that took $100. That was how he panhandled. He's a dude downtown. He panhandling. Got the guitar and whatnot. Got a little amplifier with a little speaker on it. And that's what he was doing. That's how you gatekeep your heritage. You put all that together. What I'm saying, this doesn't cost millions of dollars here. What are you talking about? This doesn't. Now, I'm going to take it to the next level for you. We talk about the Black Wall Street so much here, people. Our culture is bigger than Juneteenth. Our culture, our heritage is bigger than Juneteenth, people. If the only thing you take from our culture is Dr. King Day and Juneteenth because the federal government weighed in on it, man, you done lost 99.9999999% of everything. Our culture is way bigger than Juneteenth. Way bigger than that. Way bigger. Jason, what you mean? I can take you back to Scott Joplin. That was what I had to learn when I was learning to play piano. That was when I learned about our musical history. I was just a young kid back then, but I had a piano teacher. She was black, and she wanted to make sure that I understood this because I guess she saw something in me. Time will tell if she was ever right. But that was one of the first things she gave me was The Entertainer by Scott Joplin. And I immediately made the connection because I took a look on the paper. It said what year that the song had come out. And I was like, whoa, this sounds like one of them old-timey songs. But I'm like, but this is before jazz. And that's when the chronology came together. That's when I realized this is ragtime. Ragtime was the precursor to jazz. And we made that too. Now you're getting the full palette and the full story of who and what we are. Now you're getting the full story of it there when you put all that together. That's what that means. Do you see how far off I've gone with this right now? Do you see how far I was able to go with that? And I can keep going. Let me explain something else to you all here. I got a question I want to ask y'all tonight. Listen to me carefully with the next question that I'm about to ask you. Because so many of you have been parked in front of your cell phones and computer monitors now for years, and in some cases decades. I want to ask a question right now. When was the last time any of you attended or watched a talent show? Man, look here. I'm about to sit up here and blow some minds and blow the doors off some people right now because you didn't come to me talking about a problem and whatnot. And I'm like, did you bother to think your way through this? Folks, when was the last time that you attended or watched a talent show? Look what they're saying in here. Long time. Most of y'all, it's been a long time. Now, that's when you value what you have around you. Doesn't take any rock stars or anything else. That's when you value what you have around you. Everybody comes to Los Angeles to get discovered, right? Hey, y'all, everybody comes to Los Angeles to get discovered, right? Everybody comes to Atlanta to get discovered, right? Everybody running around New York and in Times Square to get discovered, right? We're the most talented people that there are. We're certainly the only judges for it. These other folk right there, man, look here. We used to have talent shows. What's stopping them now? We used to have that. What's stopping them now? What's stopping you? Beyonce's father basically held a talent show starring his own daughter. That's all he did. Joe Jackson had a talent show starring his sons. That's all he did. That's all he did. Understand that. I want y'all to just think your way through these things. I want you to think your way through these things. Understand that. We used to have that. So if you're going to talk about these things and talk about our history and talk about our heritage and all this old stuff right here, that ain't going to work. Actually, Mike Powers, I don't think that's a true statement. I don't think that's a true statement. I don't think that's a true statement. I think there's a lot more talent out there than we give credit for being. But what I'm saying is, if the only people willing to pay for it are your white corporations or white promoters or whatever, then you gonna get what they want to give you. That's another thing right there, folks. Black talent is not dead. Black talent is not dead. It isn't. Are y'all gonna mess around and make me have to prove that? You really think black talent is dead? You really think it's gone? You really think that's the issue? Do you all really believe? That's what I said the last time I was here. I'm like, do you really believe that we're done? Do you really think that's it? Do you really think rap was that rap has touched the bottom of the barrel, that's all we got in the tank? You really think that's all we got? Because if Simon Cowell shows up, then of course there's plenty of talented black people. Of course there is. Look, Simon Cowell said it. Okay, Jason Black says it. We ain't no talent left. Simon Cowell says it. Well, there's plenty of black talent out there. You just have to find it. That's where we go. And what I'm saying is, by the way, I'm just one dude, man. I'm just one dude. These other folks are willing to invest. These other people are willing to invest. These other folks are willing to show you what it's worth. That's the only difference. That's the only difference. There's a whole bunch of y'all right now. I don't want to hear another old nigga telling me about they damn pension. Get your raggedy ass up. And you can put together, I mean, it's this damn summertime, you can put together a talent show, all in sitting up there in church rocking their heads. Why don't you get a couple of them gals in the choir who don't sound like a cat being put into a washing machine and give her a chance to do something and get them thoughts out the way? No, you waiting on a white person to show up. Let them do it as opposed to you just doing something. And they ain't got to be gigantic. That can be enough to give them enough confidence to keep going where they're going at right there. Next thing you know, like they see somebody's got some confidence in them. It's like, oh, okay. Okay. Next thing you know, they start having more confidence in themselves. Beyonce Knowles is not this queen of charisma. I've seen her when she's not singing. She is the most quiet, demure thing you ever saw in your life. Very recessive. She gets in front of a microphone, she's a different person. She's one of them kind of folk. Her confidence comes with that microphone in her hands. She's very, very sure of herself when that mic's in her hands or when the camera's on. Get her by herself, different thing. There's a lot of folk like that. There's a lot of folk like that. So what I'm saying is, I'll be damned. Y'all sitting up here talking like that, let me tell you right now, one of your sisters, one of your children here, they got the ability to sing. Are you kidding me? You throw that microphone in their hands? I'm talking about you do that live. You got them on stage. You put the microphone in their hands. They do that live when folk can hear that. You get one of these fellas out here, if they know how to sing, and you let them go ahead and throw down some Sam Cooke. You at your Juneteenth rally with the original people. The folk from the descendants from the foundation. You got the original people. You throw the microphone in his hands and you let him go ahead and start throwing them. I was born by the river. Everybody gonna stop in their tracks. It's what always happens. But ain't nobody giving it to them. Because they don't want real talent anymore. Come on, folks. You better come see my documentary 8 a.m. We cover all this in 8 a.m. I'm talking to the folks in the music business. We talking to them and they sitting there telling you outright, the really talented people don't get record deals. If you're too smart, you ain't gonna get a record deal. You're not gonna get an NBA contract. We covered this last night. They don't give this to the best and brightest. They don't give it to the most talented. They don't give it to the most. They check to see if you're going to feed the system and if you're going to be a troublemaker. Then they decide to give you a contract. They want to know if you're going to give them problems. Are you bad for business? We mean my white supremacist business. And if you are, you can't get no contract. And then you sit and then all of you get fooled into thinking that they've scoured the earth and grabbed the best ones. I showed you all. Every time I open up the phone lines and say, let the athletes call in, they tell you, yeah, by the way, the most talented guys are not in the NFL and the NBA. Those are the ones they let in. The rest of them is like, okay, we benching this nigga. Yeah, you can run faster than everybody else. You can't run very fast if you're on the bench. Next thing you know, you trying to plead to the leagues about, hey, I got the fastest time in the combine. And then you have the fastest time in the combine. They tell you, yeah, that's not enough. We need more than just that. More than just that. Come on, folks. Do you really think the most talented people are on American Idol? You really believe that? You really believe the most talented people are on the radio? You really believe that? No, these other folks can be bothered to go find it and y'all can't. I'm just saying, how the hell you living in Los Angeles where folks are trying to get a record deal on every damn street corner? What the hell going on? I'm just saying, take a look at the difference in the way in which I'm talking talking about this. Somebody with an extra $2,000 can go and put on your own damn thing. Top prize, $500. That'll be good enough for the high schoolers. They'll be out there trying to bust your head open for it. And what I'm saying is at that moment right now, you done changed the game. It takes time. If you don't know how to promote, there's plenty of promoters out there. You need to be rocking with them. You need to be talking to them. Speaking to them. If you don't know how to do that, there's plenty of promoters out there. There are plenty of promoters out there and folks who know how to promote out there. There's plenty of them. But we sit up here in our little hovels and our little holes. The people who know how to speak to the masses are sitting up here and you're getting upset because they're putting up their bootleg ass Juneteenth shirts. And I'm saying if you really value it here, become more ingenious. Think your way through this. Innovate your way through this. Because what'll happen is either the young folk are going to get a white person who does see it and does invest in it, or an Asian person or whatever, or they're going to give up on you and be like, yeah. And at that point, if y'all want to know why it is, there's so many young people do not listen to the olders. That's why. So many young people don't listen to folk older than them because folks older than them do a whole bunch of damn complaining and don't come up with any solutions. And I said, come up with one. It's like, okay, you're complaining your ass off. You gonna stop? Did you have anything to do besides complaining? I didn't complain about the TV networks or anybody else about documentaries. I got off my ass and went to go get my own. No, it wasn't the flashiest thing when I started, but it was a start. And I didn't cry tears in my beer if things didn't go exactly the way I wanted to either. But you're either going to sit here and complain about what the Asians or foreigners or anybody else is doing, or we going to get up and show people that we ain't done building yet. The folks who built this nation and built this culture, we ain't done yet. We still doing it. We still on the job. We still making marks. We still finding a way out of no way. We're still reinventing the game. We're still inventing solutions. Now, we're going to be one or the other, but I'm just telling you right now, I don't have a lot of sympathy for that, man. I ain't really trying to hear it. I'm really not trying to. It's 2024, man. There's a bunch of y'all out there with nieces, nephews, kids down the block at every damn thing. And don't tell me nothing about the black church either. I don't want to hear about that. Let me tell you something else. When you go take a look at that documentary that was done about Sam Cooke on Netflix, the folks sat there and told you that back in them days, the white men from the record labels used to go to the black churches. He'd be the only white man there, and everybody knew he wasn't there for the sermon. Them white men used to go scouring the black churches. That's how they found Sam Cooke, Jackie Wilson, Diana Ross, Martha Reeves. That's how they found them. And we can go down to Smokey Robinson. That's how they found him in the black church. This white man wasn't there for the sermon. He was there to see if there's anybody need to get signed. Is there some talent going on up in here? So let me get this straight. The white man wasn't afraid to go to the black church, and here you are. And I ain't trying to do all that right there. Okay. All right. I ain't trying to hear it. I'm not trying to hear it. I'm really not. I'm really not. I just sat here and gave y'all a master class on how to get rid of all them excuses and whatnot. Man, we can do what the hell we want to do. The real issue is folks have gotten so accustomed to complaining about that, and instead of getting up and moving things, but they come up with money for what they want. They'll find money for what they want, and the rest of this stuff over here, ooh, I don't know what we're going to do about everything. Rub on me. Meanwhile, these other folks will take out a second job to enforce white supremacy or to collaborate with it. They'll take out a second job. They'll get a part-time job so they can keep giving money to Kyle Rittenhouse. You really serious? You really about that life? You really want to see that thing happen? You really want it under control? You want to go from complaining about it? This doesn't require you to get into Walmart. Let me explain something else right here. If you're going to do that damn thing, every damn city in America, y'all got some Negro with a food truck somewhere around. That needs to be the spot right there. He got a food truck. You got some speakers. Man, we got a jam now. You got a food truck. He got a food truck. You got some speakers. What are we doing? That's all over America, man. Ain't nobody got no excuse for that. You drive by them all the damn time. I ain't trying to deal with them niggas over there. Okay. Then when the Asians pull up with they trucks, because down there in D.C. in the Capital District, stand up. Okay, let's just call it for what it is. You can complain about the Asians all you damn well want to. I've been watching them now my whole life in D.C. Right there where the Washington Monument is. They be there early in the morning like the Gap Band with their trucks out there. Y'all know it. My folks in D.C. or anybody who's been to the Capital District down there in D.C. where the Washington Monument is, if you've been there, you've seen them. They lined up early in the morning. I'm talking about Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays. Okay, some of them food trucks, some of them memorabilia trucks, souvenir trucks. Now you gonna complain. Now they got Juneteenth shirts. They in business. And they gonna stay doing what they do. Okay, but the way to deal with that is not complaining about what they do. The way to deal with that is, okay, so he's the only one can get one? Everybody ain't gotta do the same damn thing. Everybody does not have to do the same thing. But what you do have to do is get organized and be willing to work with other people and bring them solutions and stop trying to circumvent it. Next thing you know, with a few months of planning, now you got something legit. Because Juneteenth is not our only mile marker. Juneteenth is not our only accomplishment. We got others. Now, the rappers can do it 24/7, but because they believe in themselves. So they'll get together and hold a concert, and here we go 24/7. And meanwhile, you sitting up here talking about, wait till Juneteenth come around. If you don't know how to promote, get with a promoter. If you don't know how to make food, get with somebody who does. If you don't know how to loudspeaker thing, you can at least learn how to do that. Stop trying to sit up here and get everything for free. Start putting some hustle behind the muscle and then sit up here and get some solutions. Next thing you know, you've made an authentic product. You made a genuine product. You made a luxury product. You need to decorate it more. You need to give it more pizzazz to it. You need to give it a better look. Get together on that. There's no way in the world that you're supposed to be in a major American city and you complaining to me about what you ain't got and can't do. Food trucks driving every damn where. There's just what you do and then there's what you want to do. And if a white man shows up and does exactly what I just said, then you'll be complaining. Oh, what the white folk always come do that. And meanwhile, what about you? I'm not about a bunch of silly talk. I'm about answers. I just sat here and showed y'all how to walk your way through all of that. And it doesn't take millions of dollars. It doesn't take millions. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. If you are new here to the Black Channel, welcome to the Haven of Intelligent Black Thought. We do this every weekend, and this week here in Juneteenth, we've done this also. Click that red subscribe button. Click that yellow notification bell. Join us each and every time that we are here. If you haven't been to our website, Black Channel Films, go check out our previous documentary work at Black Channel Films. and be a part of our upcoming documentary, 8 a.m. I've seen some folks contributing here to tonight's program. Thank you very much for that as well. We got 20 days left here. No excuse, no reason we can't blow everything we've ever done out of the water. This is our opportunity and chance to do that. So I want you to be a part of that. I want to thank all of you for tuning in to tonight's program. Thank you for everyone who has contributed to tonight's program here. All the new channel memberships we've gotten here as well. I see my man Project Leroy here also. Who was that? Black to Death was gifting memberships here tonight. So thank you very much for that, for you and everybody else who is doing that. We appreciate that as well. Thank you all for tuning in live or recorded. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of the Black Channel. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the Black Authority. And until next time, my brothers and sisters from around the world, remember, Black is the future and the future is uncompromising.